3, 2, 1.
Hello, my fellow cigar lovers and addicts. Thank you all for coming back to the Death Star Cigar Bar here in Blue Springs, Missouri. Got a very, very special show for you tonight, guys. You all are going to just shit. Tonight, I have a very special guest, somebody that you all know. I am very, very glad to have him on the show, and I think we got something very special in store for you all tonight. So without further ado,
here's Johnny.
That's great.
hey,
What's up, Fogey?
Johnny.
How are you, brother?
Welcome to the show, my man.
Thank you for having me.
Glad you could make it tonight. Got a lot of good things in store for everybody together. Johnny and I have been talking back and forth this week because we really wanted this show to be very special. And Johnny is of course you all know him as Johnny Nova, but Johnny has been putting together something new and kind of changing where he's going and what he's doing with his channel and setting up some things. So Johnny, why don't you just kind of tell us a little bit about your new venture and what you got going on with that?
Yeah, man. Well, first, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It means a lot.
You're very welcome.
I'm a cigar nerd. I'm into it. I like it. And a couple of months ago, I've been watching some of these content creators, and it kind of inspired me to do my own thing and put my own spin on it. I'm just like a regular guy. I'm a retired FDNY fire lieutenant. I've had 100 other jobs besides that. I've done it all. I've got a lot of experience. I can speak on a lot of topics. And that's what the cigar space is all about, right? It's not just about cigars. It's about celebrating the moment and having conversations. So
Yes.
What I want to do is put something together that people could appreciate, that was completely honest, transparent, and full of integrity. So, and I'm very honest with my videos. If I don't know something, I say it. I do try to research and cross-reference as much as I can before I say anything. But I'm always open to feedback of any kind. So, and I want to try to move around like a roving. I do my reviews from home, from my yard. I'll be doing them from the lounge that's local to me. But with the help of my daughter, she reached out to a bunch of places, and they were very receptive to having me do reviews from their lounges. A couple of companies she reached out to, and based on the website, they were willing to send me, some products. So I'm just starting out, and I'm making my way, and I'm having a good time doing it.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, dude. I love everything that I'm doing with my channel. I love all of the fantastic people, yourself included, that I've met through this platform. And it's been a crazy ride so far, and I'm having so much fun, putting content out and doing everything with everybody and meeting everybody. And, it's been so much fun for me. And, I appreciate each and every one of y'all that continues to come to my shows on Friday nights. Great night to just kind of unwind from your week and, just get together and have a smoke and enjoy the brotherhood. And, this has been fun for me.
Yeah, I could tell from the intro that was pretty good. That was a great intro. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to do that, because Johnny was a lieutenant with the fire department, and so it was like, I wanted to show his intro on his channel as I introduced him, but I just had to put Jack on there with the hatchet, the fire
The axe,
hatchet, and introducing him as here's Johnny. So pretty great deal, but.
Yeah.
So tonight, guys, we got something very, very special as far as what Johnny and I are smoking. And I had a really great idea. Johnny and I have 4 cigars that we have picked out. I'm going to share them with you here in just a second. And I'm going to put up a poll, and I'm going to let you, the audience, pick the cigar that Johnny and I start the show off with. So just to kind of introduce you to what we're pulling out tonight and what you guys might want to see us smoke and get our impressions on. So the first cigar is going to be the here. Let me put this on here right quick, Johnny. So we've got the Rare Pink Black Panther is our first choice. Our second choice is going to be the Padron Black PB97 Maduro. And then, hold on to your head, Fred. we have the Padron Fuente y Padron Legends. So we have the Padron one for Carlito, and then we have the Fuente for Jose. So I'm going to go ahead and put up this poll right quick, and we are going to let you guys pick what we're going to smoke.
Those last 2 are heavy hitters, huh?
Yeah, I think so. And it's one of those deals where it's kind of like, I really feel that every day is a special occasion. You know what I mean? Those cigars are pretty hard to find, and when you do, it's pretty hard to pry your pocketbook open enough to be able to enjoy those. And it's just one of those deals where it was like, man, why not? You know what I mean? This has been such a great week for me. I've been on vacation all week, and I really feel like it's one of those deals where it was like, okay, let's pull out the big guns. And I've kind of, if you guys have been watching the channel, I've kind of started using the phrase, life's short, smoke the good stuff. You know what I mean? Which is 100% true. You know what I mean?
Look at the poll.
Yeah. So far, it's looking like everybody is 100%.
It's a no-brainer.
Padron, yeah, which we kind of knew that already, but I at least wanted to give you guys the opportunity to be able to pick out the cigar that we're going to smoke. But I think we've got a good enough overall consensus from everybody.
That's probably the way I would have went.
And like, yeah, me too. I mean, that's the one I was looking forward to the most to smoke was that one. So anyway, let's we'll get that baby out, and let's chop them and char them, man.
Yeah, man. I don't have any comments up here. Or can you am I supposed to hit a button or something?
You should be able to see them.
Oh wait, here we go.
There we go.
What's up, man?
Yep.
How are you guys? I just opened it up so I could see everybody now.
So
really, thanks for
we got
watching tonight. Appreciate it. I usually watch the show myself, as you guys know.
Gang in here, man. We got Mob,
Padron.
we got Wigwag, Terry's in here, Bobby, Aficionado, Hotbox.
Hotbox, what's up, brother?
And then we got Mr. Cash. What's up, my brother?
What's up, my man?
Yep. So, and then Fabian, welcome to the show. Glad you can make it tonight. And we got Guns. So, what's up, guys? So, yep.
What's up, Guns?
This is it. This is such a beautifully constructed cigar.
It really is.
And,
I mean, for that money, it ought to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's just freaking insane. So, and I love a box press, man. You know what I mean? There's just something about a box press that's just like, you know,
yeah.
I don't know. I think it was, you know,
you've got
all the Carrillos that I started smoking, all the Encores and Pledges and stuff that got me hooked on the on that.
I wonder if it's going to burn. We're smoking the Padron one for Fuente, correct?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to burn like the Padrones usually burn. You guys all know how they tend to burn fairly quick. I'll tell you what, on the wrapper, it's serious barnyard on that wrapper. It doesn't smell typical like your regular Padron that you would, you know, one of the 1,000 series or
yeah,
you know, the anniversaries you would smell. It smells a little
or like a 26,
which I enjoy.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this and seeing.
I want to try to give you guys a little bit of an experience with it because I bought these about 3 years ago.
Oh wow!
Cigar God had a thing where they had both of these. They had one of each of the La Unions, if anybody remembers the Tatuaje, my father collab, and that one Plasencia, the Alma Fuerte, the one that came in the glass tube. If you added them up in a shop, I think the price came out to like almost $800. And Cigar God was selling the 5-pack for $3.99.
Wow!
So I pulled the trigger because I figured if you do the math, it's less than half price. And the other ones I smoked, and they were great, but these two, the price tag never went down on. So I've been sitting on these. So I'll be lighting them with you guys now. So I may just interject my thoughts on them, you know?
Yeah.
So on the cold draw, you're definitely getting like some, I want to say like a black cherry type aftertaste, you know, that comes up into your nose. Like almost when you do a retrohale, only there's no smoke because it's a cold draw. That's what popped into my head first, right away. And I try not to second guess that stuff. Like I talked about this in one of my videos where the other thing is when you're toasting your cigar, that's like a total moment of peace. You know what I mean? Like you're focusing on the flame, you're focusing on the cherry of the cigar. And I like to get it to the point where when I'm done toasting it, I don't have to light it again. Like I don't have to put it in my mouth again and puff on it. I want to get it perfectly roasted. So I'll take 30 seconds, a minute.
I do the same thing, man. I toast that foot before I even put it up to my mouth and just kind of keep adding flame and then blow on it a little bit. And it really, you know, allows that beginning wrapper to kind of cling to the binder and filler so that when you do light it and you do get that first, you know, taste of it, it's, you know, it's something spectacular, you know, and this is hitting pretty damn good thus far.
I have to agree with you. I'm pleasantly surprised. Not surprised, but, you know, given what it is, you'd have to assume it's going to be an excellent cigar. But listen, you can't justify the price of this cigar.
Let me change microphones here real quick.
It's a luxury. It's an indulgence.
It really is.
You know, I'm not going to replace this cigar unless I get it at, you know, 50% off maybe. But with that said, you know, everybody has their own thing. Some people spend too much money on jewelry. Some people spend too much money on, you know, a car or whatever.
Exactly. Hotbox, can you hear me better? Do I sound different than I did just a second ago?
I can't read if I don't have my glasses.
I'm trying to make sure that I got my wireless mic going on instead of my other one.
I'm reading some of the comments. You'll leave a G. That's too funny.
Getting a little bit of an echo. Yeah. Hey, Fabian. And Young, what's up, brother? Welcome to the show. Always good to have you here, brother. Everybody check in. Let us know what you guys are smoking on tonight.
Yeah, what's up, Young?
Terry's got a Oliva G Natural. It's a good one. Yeah, that's a good cigar for sure.
Can't go wrong. So on the retrohale on this thing.
Can you hear this?
Are they having a hard time hearing you?
I don't know. Just making sure that that my mic on my camera's not kicking out an echo. Okay.
Thanks, Hotbox.
Thanks, Hotbox. I appreciate you. He's my technical guy. He helps me with a lot of stuff, and Joey, I really appreciate you, brother, for sure.
A little pepper on the retrohale, guys, but nice. Doesn't kill you. It's kind of there, let you know it's there, but it doesn't want to make you sneeze or your eyes water or anything like that.
Yeah, that I agree. That is hitting it, but it's it's definitely it's not like a black pepper. The sting of it actually almost, to me, it's more like a horseradish sting.
Yeah, I can see that, and it also lays on your tongue. It stays.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Totally get what you're saying.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Always want to make sure that everything's good on the show. I don't want any problems with anything. So.
Great. Okay. Good.
How's your week been going, everybody? You guys have a good week. Johnny, what'd you have going on this week? Anything?
Not a lot. I'm not doing any side work right now. I'm kind of like taking the summer off. I am retired, but I usually do a little something on the side. I actually work I don't work. I help out at a cigar shop. I do get compensated. I help out at a cigar shop a couple of days a month. In the busier season, a couple of days a week. Right now it's quiet, summer. Guys are staying home. And I have a couple of other things on the side. But so I just been doing work around the house, enjoying the summer. My daughter just came in the day before yesterday. She's living down south a little bit, and spending time with her, and deciding what I'm gonna review next.
Nice.
What I've been doing is, I don't know if anybody, a lot of you guys probably are not that familiar with me. So I created a website, and I based it on, I call it Cigar Fellowship, right? So who's the Cigar Fellowship? We are, right? If you're with me,
100%.
If you're reading the review, if you've got something to say, any kind of input, I've got about 20 subscribers. Anyone that sends me an email, I'm going to respond. And what I'll do is I'll send you back just links to my videos, and cigar deals. If I know you personally, if there's events in your area, I'll let you know, because sometimes I get heads up on them. And my reviews, I'm not competing with these guys, all these unbanded guys. These guys are like, quasi-professional reviewers. I'm not that. I'm a regular guy. I do a little bit more of a deep dive because I have the time, right? You guys are all working. A lot of you guys are in the thick of it. I'm older than you. I did 42 years of hard labor. I'm done with that.
Absolutely.
You guys aren't, right? You're still doing what you're doing. You're grinding it out. And I want to do those cigars that people walk by all the time and and they don't even think about it because their time is precious, right? So they're going to grab that same New World they know they're going to like. They're going to grab that same Melanio that they know they're going to like. They're going to get their money's worth, and they're going to enjoy their time with it. They don't want to take a chance. So I said, I'll be the guinea pig. I'm going to grab the sticks that people see all the time, but nobody grabs. You don't see them smoke. Like I did a review on Macanudo's Emissary France. I'm not a huge Macanudo guy, but that cigar,
I'm not
number
either.
12 on Cigar Aficionado's, top 25 last year. And I say this is in one of my first reviews. I'm like, say what you will about Cigar Aficionado. If I'm a farmer and the tobacco from that cigar was plucked from my field or rolled in my factory or my name's on it, I'm pretty fucking happy that it made the top 25. It is what it is. You got Half Wheel, you've got, Cigar Aficionado, there's 2 or 3 others. That's it. You want to get mentions from them. And I smoked it. And when I did the deep dive and I looked into it, it was a decent cigar. Let's put it this way. I'd smoke it again. I wouldn't buy a box. It was an interesting cigar. There's like 6 different tobacco. There's 4 different tobaccos in that filler alone. So that alone should let you, perk your interest if you're a cigar guy. Even if you're not like a cigar nerd, you'd be like, let me try this. Sure. So those are the cigars that I'm doing. Because when was the last time any of you guys in the chat saw somebody smoking a Macanudo Emissary? They're always in the store, but no one's smoking them. So I'm like the guinea pig. So I do those cigars, and as opposed to the limited editions, the opuses, the $300 cigars, these things that we're smoking tonight. What's the point in talking about or reviewing or educating people about a cigar that they can't fucking get?
Yeah.
Or they can't afford. There's no point.
The Monte Capuletti, the regular guy look.
And I give my opinion. I don't overthink it. Flavor, nuances and stuff like that. If it comes to my head, I shoot it out. Because if you overthink it, you're not going to land on something. So if I taste honey, I'm going to say honey. Like I don't second guess myself because no one's right. I say this in my videos too. No one's right. No one's wrong. Right?
Yeah.
I say dark chocolate. You say milk chocolate. I say espresso. You say coffee with cream.
Yeah.
Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong. It's what it's what your palate tells your brain.
Fabian said he's smoking on a Opus X Shark, number 77. He said he just got a full box, and now he needs to start smoking them.
Yeah, baby. And, don't save them.
Posted an unboxing video on his channel, and so you guys go check that out.
I'll check it out, brother.
Terry said he's been hand digging an irrigation line. Yeah, that ain't no fun.
Yeah.
But he's calling in the pros next week, getting them some machine out there. Yeah, Terry, you're a little too old to be doing that shit, man. Yeah.
See you,
55. Yeah. I got Young.
Thanks,
got the Emissary France. Got a 5-pack. Nice. That's cool, man. Just got Fabian, just subscribe to your channel.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Appreciate
it. Thank you for that.
I'm curious about that Ecuadorian shade. I'll check it out.
He says the new Macanudo Ecuadorian shade is a banger. Said it's box worthy.
Yeah. I would say a lot of these cigar makers that have been around for a while, they all have at least one cigar in their line that you're going to enjoy. At least one. Because I like, I never, when I think LFD, I think double Ligero. I think like a harsh smoke, and I don't really like, the chapter ones. I think it's kind of like a harsh for my palate, but people buy them, right? They fly off the shelves. Then it tasted the Suave, right? The Suave or the Suave.
That's a good one.
Smooth
the LFD, that
cigar.
Suave. Yeah, that's a good one. Hey, Iron Eddie, what's up, brother? Welcome to the show. Glad you could make it tonight. Yeah, I do like that Suave. It's a good one. I bought just a couple and smoked one. I still got another one that I've had in there for a while, and that's going to be another one that I'm definitely going to enjoy. And tonight I'm just pairing this with, I just poured me up this is some African Congo beans that I did a pour over on. This is really going really good with this Legend.
Yeah, it would pair well with coffee, for sure.
I'm
I've
really,
got coffee here.
I'm really getting kind of a well-rounded sweetness off this cigar, almost like a fig or a plum, right now is what I'm tasting on this.
I could see that. I was getting close. See, so my brain told me like a little bit of like a raisiny type thing, which is
Exactly,
basically plum, figgy type. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got a very, very pleasant sweetness, and
some cedar for sure.
Yeah, definitely getting some of that. But overall, pretty good start on this thing. I'm digging it.
Pretty good burn.
I've had a pretty good.
I was going to say, let me just interject this real quick. It is burning very similar to your typical Padron. It's not burning. It's not burning slow. Burning a little quickly like your Padrones do burn.
It's burning pretty quick already so far. So good thing we got plenty more sticks to to do it up. But
between the coffee and the cigars, we should be good. We're growing hair on our nipples.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. So I've had a pretty good week this week, guys. I put some new content out. For those of you that may not know, I've gone in and I have created a virtual cigar lounge Discord server. So the Death Star Cigar Bar. And just got that up this week, and we've already got a bunch of people that have been coming in. I've been going in the evenings and hanging out with folks and doing things, and it's been really, really great. I posted a video of that on my channel, so you guys definitely go check that out and see what that's all about. It's been really, really cool. And then another reason why I also created that, especially for you guys that are on mountain or Pacific times, where we're getting this show rolling down and it's still a little early for you all, you guys can go in on that server and continue when we leave off. In fact, tonight, probably when I get done with the show, I'll probably jump in the server for a little bit for kind of like some afterthoughts and an after show. But you guys definitely check that out. It's pretty cool, man. I kind of show you a little bit. Let me pull this up here. So can you guys see that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the server. You come on in, we got, our members over here, everybody that's in it already. So we got like 10 people already, and I just put it up this week. So we've got a general chat, for people to be able to, come in and just chat with one another. And these are all, just text channels. People can come in and, share what they're smoking on. Of course, Tan, my brother's smoking an Opus. What else
Tan the man.
Smoking, and everybody can come in there. And then, I've got a spot in here for like cigar hunting. So if there's anything that you're looking for, like I'm trying to track down some Partagas Series D number 4s. There's also a spot in here for cigar deals so that, we can share with one another, some really good buys on cigars. If somebody's got a good price on some bundles or boxes, or, if there's some discount codes that we can share with one another or something like that. And then I've got bangers and boxes. Bobby put in there a little cigar bomb that I sent up to him that has some goodies in it. And then I've also got one for storing your stash. So that will basically be, places where you can share your humidors and how you're storing your stuff. talk back and forth about, issues or problems you might be having, or, temperature, humidity things, and just overall share, where you keep your babies, And then, of course, we got the lounge, and you just pop in the lounge. And the lounge, it's you can go video or you can go voice chat, which is good, because a lot of times in here, you just have to type. Well, you come in here, you turn on your phone, turn on your pad, get on your desktop, whatever you do to video conference with. And you don't have to be on camera. You can just voice chat. If you got something going on, or you look like a fucking ragamuffin and you don't want to, you can go in there. And then we've got a gaming room too. So, if people want to play some games together, I know Hotbox and I are trying to figure out some games that we can start playing together, and we can use this Discord server as our own private voice chat for that. But just wanted to kind of share that with you guys quickly. And, I'm really excited about it. It's something that I've really been working on. And, you guys come join the community. All you got to do is just reach out to me, either on my email or my Instagram through my channel, and give me your Discord handle, and then I'll invite you as a friend, and then I'll just give you an invite to the server, and you're in. You can come in and be part of this great community that I'm building, and have a great virtual lounge to where you all can come in, when you may not have somebody to smoke, or there may not be somebody doing a live stream or whatever, and you're just sitting there smoking and you want to just talk to somebody about cigar shit or whatever. This is going to be a great place to do that. So I welcome you all to join us, and we're going to have a really good time. And let me get kind of caught up on the chat here a little bit. Let's see. Bobby's got the La Aroma de Cuba small batch right on. Let's see. Fabian's channel is Perfect Draw Mechanic at Jeffrey. Okay, so there's you guys go check out his channel, give him a like, check out his content.
Yeah, man, we got to support each other, right?
Oh, 100%, man. The more we do, the better everything is. And it's just one of those deals where it's like, we have to, as content creators, we have to teach the algorithm who our audience is, because it has no idea. You know what I mean? And the more we interact with one another on YouTube, the more it's going to learn the people that we want coming in and watching our content, and it's going to take that information and start pushing our content out to a broader audience.
Yeah, you can't.
Hey, Messi.
We have to share it.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, you have to share the space and support each other, because even if you're just doing it for yourself, if you enjoy it, share it. That's how I'm not looking. I don't consider myself a content creator. I'm just doing this because I really like it, and I want to share some good information. The average guy just enjoys a cigar. He doesn't want to hear like all the minutia or all the details. Some guys do. Some guys want to hear a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So why not? If you want to get something going yourself, I'm certainly going to subscribe to anybody's channel and support them and like their stuff. And I'm not going to become a freaking movie star or a sensation. You really let you monetize anyway. So it's not really about that. Not me anyway. You can't monetize it. They'll shut you right down. Live streams, I think they're a little bit more lenient. We discussed this, right, Sean?
Yeah, it's this is a lot better, as far as YouTube really doesn't fuck with us smoking on camera in the live streams like this. But now we have found out, and I was on Ray's. I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but I did 14 fucking hours nonstop on Ray's Raytona 500 last Saturday, and
Nuts.
we all kind of talked back and forth with each other and found out, and I've kind of noticed that any of my long form videos that I'm putting out that I'm smoking, that YouTube is turning off the comments on those videos automatically. So you really got to double check stuff, guys, when you post stuff up on your channels, that YouTube isn't coming in and shutting your shit off,
Yeah, and it's not a person. It's created so it does it automatically. If the algorithm isn't a fan of your content, it'll turn your comments off. So any of you guys out there that are doing what I'm doing, what Fogies doing, check make sure your comments are always turned on. You can turn them back on, but you'll see from time to time comments are off. Why are they off?
Yeah, and you don't have to do it one at a time. You can just go in and click them all, and then go over there and turn them all back on. And it looks like they deleted all your comments when they did it, but when you turn it back on, all your prior comments will come back up and everything's good. But I'm just checking it from time to time just to make sure. It's just kind of bullshit that they're doing that to us, but we're the demons.
Yeah, I see a gun says he's got his chores done. Yeah, that's I always say that too. At the end of my videos, I always say, make sure you earn your cigars, right? That's one of the talking points I wanted to get into. Like, earn your cigars, man. Like, you worked hard. If you're off or if you're not working, get something done. Clean the garage. Get some stuff done. Do a little exercise. Don't just sit around all day doing nothing. Like, earn your cigars. You'll enjoy them more. They'll taste better. Like this thing right now, which is tasting pretty good.
Yeah, it really is, man. This thing is it's so smooth. I mean, it is just like, I just posted up, Fabian, what my email was. So yeah, just reach out to me, brother. And I'm on Instagram too, and you can find the link through that on my channel. But it's all good.
I didn't know that, Hotbox. I'm just reading your thing about the .com. Good. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Men share stuff. They don't, I come from a culture, especially in the fire department. If you find something out that makes something work better, faster, more efficiently, safer, it's not like you don't want to look like the hero yourself. You want to share that so everybody's working better, faster, safer.
Absolutely. You know what I mean?
Keep that shit to yourself. You want, share it. Like, let the other people know what's going on. Like, get the information.
Yeah, we gotta help one another. You know what I mean? And that's one of the 100%. Things, Johnny, that I really love about this community and shit, man. There's no fucking 8th grade bullshit going on between us. We're all
men
adults.
And women,
we all
right?
Are we don't, we're not in competition with one another at all. We want to grow this community as a whole on YouTube, and we want to make it better, and we want to make it a little bit more, like I said, for the Monte Capuletti, the regular guy. You know what I mean? We want just everybody to enjoy the cigar hobby and be able to come in and maybe get a leg up on getting a channel going, or get something a little tidbit. I mean, I'm always helping people, hey, you might want to try this with your camera, or hey, you might want to do this with your lights, or whatever. You know what I mean? I've spent a lot of time figuring all this stuff out and how to make it work and how to make it better. And why wouldn't I share that information? You know what I mean? If overall the content that everybody's putting out about cigars on YouTube is better and more people are watching it and it's more entertaining, you know what I mean? Maybe they might pump the brakes on the demonizing us so damn much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Exactly.
So Matthew, you just reach out to me on my email or on my Instagram and give me your Discord handle, and I'll send you a friend invite, and then I can invite you into the server, and then you're in, man. And it's just, it's this community, and it's private. It isn't open to the public. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want, a bunch of immature fuckers in there, and I didn't want a bunch of trolls, and I didn't want that kind of shit going on. I wanted a safe environment where we can all go out and we can have our own lounge, a virtual lounge that we can all hang out and do this same very shit whenever we want to. You know what I mean? And reach out to them. Hey, you want to get together for a stogie tonight? Yeah, that sounds fucking great. I probably may not have had a stogie tonight, but since somebody is reaching out to me and saying, hey, I'm going to go smoke, then yeah, I've found myself smoking more and enjoying it more. And it's just been great.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. Like maybe you get off work late. You don't got to work the next day. You're like, you know what? I feel like having a stick, check the lounge out. And you never know. It'd be 2 or 3 guys in there and you bullshit, for an hour and a half and you enjoy your stick, to end your night. So I'm into the first third of this pretty well. And like Fogey said, it's very smooth, light, white peppery on the retrohale.
Hey, here's a good tidbit. So thank you, Hotbox. So he's saying had to step away for a few. He said, don't ever say DOT com. You can mention sites only so long as you don't say the full web address, including the dot. So thank you for that.
Yeah, because I've been doing that on my shorts. I send short reels out. Whenever I do a long form video, I always send like a short that breaks down the cigar in like 30 seconds to a minute. And I always say for the full review, check us out at thecigarfellowship.com.vlog or find us on YouTube. So I've been doing it, and now I know I'll cut that out. Thanks to you.
Yeah.
You shared with me, and I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we all got to figure out how to work around all their bullshit. You know what I mean?
I'm holding this like this because I'm trying to maintain the ash.
Yeah, I just I don't do that because I'm always end up dropping the shit all over me, and it's just like fuck it, you know what I mean? I like to leave a little bit on it to kind of insulate the cherry, but fuck it, I just knock it off and shit. But
there's been a few times. Do you ever have it fall off? You're putzing around your phone, it falls off, and you don't feel it until like the bottom of your thighs burning. Like fuck you.
Well, and I've kind of found too that I may let it drop, and some of it might be a little hot, and I may burn a fucking hole in my fucking robe or my shirt or something. And it's like, no. Well, that's cool. Guns got his prize pack from the show, and then all you guys, just so you know, Mob and everybody, I got everything all packed up. And I just got to get the postage put on it, and I'm putting everything that I owe everybody out in the mail on Monday. So everything's going to be going out.
So I just want to let guys know because like we're smoking a rare cigar, so it is a little bit sweet. You're still getting pepper on retrohale, and it's laying on your tongue like it's coating your tongue. Not annoying though. Sweetness, a fruity sweetness. It changed a little bit. I don't know if you noticed this, Sean, from like more from like a stone fruit to almost like, I don't know what's gonna pop into my head now, like something lighter, still like a fruity flavor, but not maybe as dark as like a raisin. It's lighter.
Yeah, it's kind of like more like a plum now to me. I
babied the ash too much. It went out on me.
Like a sweet plum.
Yeah.
But these are pretty good so far though. What are your thoughts, Johnny, on whether this is $175 worthy cigar?
No, I don't think there's any cigar worth $175. Would I pay that? I've paid more. I split with a buddy of mine from my lounge a couple of Behikes. It was for a celebration. You know, we were celebrating. He had just retired and closed out a bunch of stuff, and I was like, "Fuck it, let's just do it. You know, we'll do it together." And
Yeah, that was my thing too.
Honestly, guys, I mean, unless you really got it like that, and none of us, you know, you can't justify it. But it's a treat. Like, you're treating yourself. It's a special treat. You know, it's like if you go out to, like, listen, you're going to put a filet mignon on your own grill at home, and you're going to go to like a fancy steakhouse. It's not going to be any fucking better. You're going to cook your own steak the way you like it better. But you treat yourself once in a while to the rich food, the decadent freaking sides and stuff like that. And you're going to pay 10 times more than you would. That's how I would like equate these two things. With that said, you can't justify that money. But I will say it's an excellent cigar. Definitely in a top 10 of what I've smoked. I've smoked a lot of different cigars. I would put it in a top 10 for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's been very pleasant, and it does have a unique flavor to it. You know what I mean? And but like you said, it is smoking pretty fucking quick.
It's rich. It's rich. It's earthy.
It is. And the thing that I like about it is most of the flavor that's lingering on my tongue is lingering on the tip of my tongue, not the back of my tongue. You know what I mean? And I'm really, really enjoying it, man. But yeah, like you said, it's just one of those deals. I got mine because I got a really great deal on them. You know, my girl Cassie. What's up, Cassie, with the Cigar Room, Lee Summit, Missouri. Love you, sweetie. You're awesome. You rock. I love everything you got going on out there, and I thank you for hooking me up with these. So she had a big Fuente drop, huge Fuente drop, and I ended up picking one of these because she gave me 20% off for retail. So
that's very nice.
Okay,
very nice.
Well,
because they ain't going down.
Yeah, for sure.
The La Unions went down almost half. Those are also, by the way, if you can get a hold of that My Father Tatuaje collaboration, the La Unions.
Yes.
Those, you could probably find those now for $40-$50 a stick now if you look hard.
I think that's
those I would say are worth.
Outlaw has a box of those, and I think they still got probably 8 or 9 of them. But Wags is saying that he's really loving the Rocky Patel Sapphire. For him, that's been his best blend so far this year.
So thanks, Ava. Wigwag. All right, that's interesting. So I'm not a huge Rocky fan, but they sell. People buy them. I'm not knocking them. When I first started smoking, I was smoking a lot of Rocky Patels, and I always just ended up going back to the Edge. Like if I was going to grab a Rocky, it's going to be one of the last things I'm going to smoke. I'm probably going to grab an Edge, but I do hear good things about that Sapphire. So I feel you.
I haven't had it yet. I thought about trying it, but I've been buying so much other shit lately, and I was like, oh, I'm sure I'll be able to get one. And I'm not a huge Rocky Patel fan, simply for the fact, number one, that Rocky Patel has about 267 goddamn blends of cigars. And it's like, what's this? What's that? What's this? But I will say that a cigar that he makes that I do really enjoy is that Year of the Snake from last year and this year's Year of the Horse. I like the Snake better, but those two cigars, very delicious. And I did really enjoy those. Iron Eddie said he's a huge Rocky fan. Probably smoked more Rockies than any other brand on average. Right on. And I have had like the Emerald, that Emerald's not too bad, That's a good like after lunch stick for me, I've smoked a few of those, are not too bad. He's saying the Edge Maduro is a kick-ass cigar. Okay.
That's their
Well,
staple. That's what they started with, and that's that one.
That's something I've never smoked. So thank you, Eddie. I'll try to pick one of those up and see how I like it. That's the thing too. It's like, especially when you've got a cigar producer that's putting out so many blends. We all only got so much money, y'all. And it's like, I have had so many times where I bought cigars and trying to check out people's catalog, if you will, and been disappointed. So anytime that I can get some advice from somebody to steer me to the ones that are in their lineup, those are the ones I'm going to go try out first, and may change my mind. You know what I mean? As I smoke more and as I get deeper into my cigar journey, I find that a lot of the stuff that I didn't think that I would like or would like, I'm hearing a lot of comments and feedback from people about those cigars, and I give them another chance, and I'm like, okay, I can see what you're talking about there.
Yeah, and that's the key word. It's a journey, right? You try them out, you let them rest, right? We all know the cigar could taste completely different from light up the first time that you got them, and then you forget about them, and then you're rummaging around the bottom of your humidor, and you're like, what the hell's, the thing's a year old, and it's a different cigar.
Thank you, Ava. Said he's had a lot of Rocky Patels, including the Mulligans. Said the Sapphire is incredible. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. It's a good looking cigar. The packaging is amazing. I mean, it looks like a freaking gem. The boxes are beautiful. The sleeves are beautiful. And
Rocky himself is doing. It's the lounge that I work at. One of the owners is a friend of his, and he really does a lot of work for the cigar industry, like keeping them safe, keeping the tobacco out on the market, trying to keep the taxes down. He does a lot,
spending a lot of his own money.
Kudos to him for that. That's right.
Yeah, I will definitely give you that. Eddie says he likes about 10 of the blends. Said there's way too many, but there's about 10 of them. And Wags says said nice. Wags just ended up, I think it was last week, wasn't it, Wags, that you got a whole case of Eagle Rare. So he's going to be enjoying that for a minute. The vintage 1990 had stashed back for years. Oh, I bet, Terry.
Nice.
Sub $10 banger.
That's another thing. The pricing from, like a $15 cigar, you might pay like $8 or $9 in Delaware, and the same cigar is going to be like $16, $17 up in New York. And I would assume way out west in California. But if you go north, south, or Midwest, prices are going to be a lot more reasonable. I wish we could create some kind of parity there, but it's it's all about money. It's all about taxes.
Well,
75% sales tax on cigars in New York State.
Yeah,
how
that's insane.
How are you going to make money on that? If you're a tobacco shop or a lounge owner, 75% on a stick, crazy. It's just not
anniversary, vintage, edge, and decade series is what Messi says he's really digging.
Yeah, Terry.
Yeah, and I mean, we got pretty good tobacco tax here. I'd say there's a higher tobacco tax on cigarettes than there is on on cigars.
What's a pack of
shit, Johnny? I came up to New York. This was 2019. No, 2018. It was Christmas of 2018. And this was right before COVID broke out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I took Mama up to Manhattan for Christmas. Wanted to experience that. Went up there. Got got a nice hotel at the Sheraton down in Manhattan. Got a limo ride from the airport. Had everything good, and I had to go buy a pack of smokes, and about shit my pants, man. It was like for and even back then for a pack of Marlboros and a cheap ass lighter, it was like $18.
Yeah, man, it's $18.50 for a pack of smokes.
About like to shit myself, I was like, oh my god, man.
Yeah,
and
at my cigar shop, it's $18.50 for a pack of smokes.
Wow.
I don't smoke cigarettes, but I don't know if I.
And the liquor was crazy too. So it was like we got to the hotel, checked in, got all our stuff in, went to a little bar across the street, and I ordered a Bloody Mary. And dude, I got a fucking it was tomato juice with Tabasco and a little bit of black pepper on it and some vodka, and that was it. And it was like $13 for one drink. And I was like, oh, fucking hell no. So I'm thinking, hey, baby, let's go find a liquor store. And there was one up from Randy's Pizza, right up from where we were staying, and went up there, and I bought a bottle of Padron for me. And Brenda used to like to drink Jack and Diets. So I got a fifth of Padron and a fifth of Jack and Diet for us to just walk around with our own cups and have cocktails and shit. And it was $127 fucking dollars for 2/5 of whiskey and tequila. I about shit my pants, man.
You were in Manhattan?
Believe it. Yeah.
That's you're not going to find. That's the highest prices you're going to find. Worst place you could be.
Well, yeah, but it was, I didn't want to do a bunch of cabbing and Ubering around, and a lot of the, we had dinner reservations Christmas Eve at Rockefeller Center. Got to fucking eat dinner right next to the ice rink and experience all that shit, and go around on Fifth Avenue and shop and check shit out and all that kind of stuff. But it was crazy, man. I fucking didn't near enough fucking money to do that trip up like I wanted to. And, I tell you, we had better prices and it seemed like better experiences when we were down in Brooklyn. We went down to Brooklyn, got some stuff, checked some stuff out down there. And I was like, man, next time we come, maybe we ought to stay in Brooklyn, but
there's some nice neighborhoods there now. Good food. In fact, I would argue you could probably find better food in Brooklyn than in Manhattan. Certain neighborhoods.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much was. Texas has got penny per stick, about eight and a quarter sales tax. Yeah, that's not bad. Chicago taxes are high. Connecticut bought a pack of Winston's and a bottle of water is like $19. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, you know what? I read something recently about the president of Nicaragua decided after he was elected, he decided that he was now going to not have any more elections. So basically, he proclaimed himself a dictator. And we all know the lion's share of tobacco is coming out of Nicaragua right now. So I don't know what that's going to do for the prices. Hopefully it's not going to be like back when this kind of happened in Cuba. Hopefully he realizes that this is, he can make money on this and he doesn't, put his boot on the neck of the farms and the factories in Nicaragua. Hopefully he'll be smart about it and make money on it. But
yeah. In the typical Fuentes, man, the bands come right off. Don't screw up my cigar. Don't have to mess with it.
I'm not there yet.
I'm getting close enough to where I was just like, I'll go ahead and do it. Fabian says he was in New York and said taxes on cigar was 40%. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I work in a shop. It 75% sales, 75% tobacco tax. I don't know how they figure it into the cigarettes. Obviously, they're gouging higher on the cigarettes, but I know for the cigars, it's 75%. That's what they pay right off the get go. So I'm not sure how the formula works, with how they mark things up, but
Yeah,
it's too much.
that is crazy. Yeah, Pennsylvania Guns has got it good up there. Hey, Peter, welcome to the show, brother. Glad to see you pop in. How's your week going? What are you smoking on tonight, brother? Anything good? Ryan, what's up, man? Ryan's a really good fan of the channel, really good guy.
What's up, Ryan?
Always good to see you coming in, brother. Glad you could make it tonight. We're just having a good time smoking on the Fuente y Padrones Legends, the Padron for Fuente cigar tonight.
Cedar, black pepper, earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of like plum, fig, raisin sweetness to it. It was a little heavier when it first lit up, but now it's kind of lightened up a little bit on that, for me.
Picking up white pepper, it's laying on the tongue. Maybe a melon. Maybe I'm transitioning into like a little bit of like it's also a little bit meaty too.
Yeah.
Picking that up?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
A lot of different things going on, as it should be.
Hey, Yaws. What's up, brother? Welcome to the show.
What's up, Yaws? I miss all these guys from the Good Pastors show.
Right on.
I miss him a lot, man. We got to get him. I know he's a busy man. Very inspirational guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good, buddy. I mean, it ain't worth the fucking kitchen sink, though. I'll tell you that. No. I mean, I think I'd rather have a 10-pack of something, or like 2 or 3 good Opus, or some good.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a nice experience. Like now, so I know
it really is. It's really pleasant,
And as we all know, you liken the cigar, the memory of it, right, to the experience. So I'm going to remember, hey, this is the first time I've ever been on a live stream. I'm on Fogies show. I'm interacting with people that I see, that I interact with, and when I'm on the other end of it, which is a lot of fun. So this cigar is always going to have a great memory for me. So if I ever get the chance to smoke one again, I know it's going to taste great because it's attached to a great memory, a great time,
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a lot of what it's all about, is, making memories, sharing memories with these cigars. And, it's all about savoring and slowing down and, taking your time and relaxing and, the fun and the great conversations that you can have surrounding this. It's just amazing, and this thing is just, it's just burning pretty damn good thus far. It's like I said, it's a little quick, but
as Padrones do.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious about that. If this blend was going to burn like a typical Padron, and it is, but it doesn't taste quite like your typical Padron. Everyone knows that Padron flavor profile is a little bit different. But you can see the burn.
Mom was saying that another creator's page got the axe. Yeah. Yeah, I worry about that sometimes, but
I know what you're talking about, Mo. He got thrown in jail for a week, right? Yeah. YouTube jail. Not real jail. I had the opportunity just to stay with the theme of the cigar experience and how it sticks to your memory and how things hit a certain way. And I talk about this in some of my videos also, as I try to sample sticks that other people don't usually sample or smoke. You ever go to a Fuente section? If you're a casual smoker or once in a, or the guy that just grabs what he knows he's going to like, which is fine, you go to the Fuente section and you see a sea of Fuentes, right? You see the Opuses up there. You're like, I'm not spending $80 or $100 or whatever it is. You see your rare pinks, your Don Carlos's, and then you've got all these Fuentes with green bands and black bands and red bands. And what the fuck do they mean? What the fuck are they? I don't know what they are. A friend of mine at Eladio hooked me and 3 other guys at my lounge up. Huge hookup. He's a friend of Carlito Fuente. And he hooked us up with a private tour of the Fuente factory. Now, they don't do this, right? Wow. They do it, I think, for industry guys. They do it at Pro Cigar. But it's not like L'Aurora or some of the other factories where you can just like book a tour, a 2-hour tour. You paid like $20 or $30 and you get a couple of sticks and they show you the rollers, which are great, by the way. I highly recommend doing it. It's fascinating. This was extra special because they don't do this. And this woman, Carla, met us and she took us like every nook and cranny of that factory, which is huge. The operation is mind-boggling. I don't know how they keep track of all this stuff. And all the rollers and rooms and different tobaccos and where they have stuff being aged. And she handed us a Fuente, but it had the regular typical Fuente band. There was no foot band on it. I wasn't sure what it was, but I lit it up with my 3 friends and this woman. We're going through and she's giving us a detailed tour of the factory. And this cigar tasted great, right? We're in a good mood. We had a nice breakfast and we're going through the factory and this cigar was fantastic, but I didn't know what it was till the end of the tour. And we were at the bar because he's got a bar there in the front of the factory when you first walk in. It's absolutely beautiful. And I realized it was a Magnum R. And so when I got home, I bought a couple of different Vitolas of the Magnum R. And everyone was delicious. And then I started researching the Magnum R. And I'm like, wow, this is, it's a Rosado wrapper that's aged 10 years. And that's just a regular production cigar, right? This isn't like a special opus. Although I believe that cigar is on par with their high-end stuff. I'm not saying it's an opus, but it's on par.
Yeah.
It's there with the pinks and the Don Carlos's, but it's a regular production cigar. But think about that operation that they've always got on hand, that 10-year age Rosado wrapper for this thing. But also the experience I had the first time I smoked it with my buddies in the factory, right? All that goes into my memory of, and that's why that cigar hits extra well every time I smoke it. If I'm not sure, if you're in the mood for a cigar and you're not sure what you want to smoke, but you're in the mood for one, I always say, grab a Magnum R, because as soon as you light it up, that's going to become the one you are in the mood for. So just to go along with that theme of your experiences and where you are, how you're feeling, what you ate, the company you're in, the mood you're in, that's all going to correlate to your enjoyment of the cigar.
Good word. Good word. Yeah. So as somebody that does work in a shop in your area, what are you seeing people buying the most of? I mean, what do you guys, what's everybody coming in for the most, you think, where you're at?
You have your Padron guys, you have your, the guys that can come in and grab the New World every time, a Cameroon New World. You have the guys who are going to grab the Oscar Leaf. You have the guys who they're going to grab those flatheads, and they're going to grab that every time. They don't really, like I said, their time's valuable. They want to relax, and they want their money to go to good use. So they don't want to experiment. That's why I smoke these cigars that they may walk by. Just food for thought. Maybe they'll consider them and broaden their horizons a little bit.
So does your shop have a lounge too?
Yes. Yeah.
Right on.
good crew there. Good crew. Good coffee clutch. Great ball breaking.
Nice.
Good selection of cigars. Nice camaraderie. It's a good place. It's a type
That's
of place
awesome.
every lounge should be like.
So I gotta share something with you guys. I've been on vacation all week, and it's been fabulous. I mean, it's been so amazing. I've been working, 60 plus hour weeks for 5 months straight. And my son, he's really into a sport, and he's like, Pops, he's like, you want to come out and hang out with me this week and do some stuff? And I was like, yeah, I could probably do that. So check this shit out. So old Fogey went out and fucking played pickleball this week for the first time ever. And it was like a game and a half in before I got my first point, It was fun though. It wasn't as like physically demanding as I thought it was going to be. Of course, he was kind of taking it easy on me and shit, But I went out and did that this week and had a good time. And then after that, we went out and I took my son out to my favorite Thai place out in Lee Summit. He'd never been there before. And we went in to eat and came back, and my truck, old Dirt Vader, it wouldn't start. And I'm like, what the fuck? This thing's been running great, put a lot of time and money into this truck and all this shit. And fuck, dude, it wouldn't start. So I had to call the wife, have her come. Of course, I checked, I was like, man, maybe it's fuel. So I checked the fuse on the fuel pump, and the relay for the fuel pump was the identical one for the fog lamp. So I switched that out, did all that shit, called a buddy of mine at a shop. He said he could maybe come by and look at it after he gets off. And I got home, did some research on it. Well, that son of a bitch has got an inertia switch on it. So like if you're four-wheeling or something and you get rolled over or get something fucked up, it shuts the fuel pump down. So in case, so your shit don't catch on fire, it's not sitting there pumping out pressurized fuel. So figured that out, went back. I'm like, God, please just let that be what it is. And sure as shit, got back in there and got up under the deal. And I was trying to think how it could do that. And I was like, well, fuck, my son's like 6'3". And, he was all crammed up in there, and he just kicked that fucker with his big ass foot and fucked it all up, But, it was a good time, man. We had a lot of fun, and I'm glad my truck wasn't messed up, because I was looking at a, $500 plus bill to get a fuel pump put in it, because it's just too hot for me to jack with that shit, And it's just one of them fucking deals. Thank you, Guns. Yeah, I actually made that. I made that shirt myself, man. So it's got like the mandala on the front, and I don't have a picture of the back of it right now, but it's got like a thing that kind of looks like a 4-light train light, and it's got 3 different circles, looks like a light post standing up and shit. So yeah, I've been making tie-dyes for 30 years plus, from my Grateful Dead days, and but yeah, so that went out pretty good. And other than that, I've just been getting a lot of stuff done here in the studio. Studio's pretty much done. I'm just waiting on a graphic that I ordered to come in, and they're behind schedule on that. But I got my new humidor set up. I can't wait to share with you guys. I'm going to be doing a video on that and a tour of the studio and everything, and show you guys, where I'm at and how I'm doing all this stuff, and share that with you all, and check it out. And I look like a pro, huh? So what else is funny is, so that night, because my son's on vacation too right now, and it's the first time we've got to spend any time together in a while. And so we came back, and later that evening we watched that movie on Apple that's called The Dink, which is
my freaking face.
It's about pickleball, and so that was a great way to end it off. But I felt like some of the guys in there, fucking old fucker out there trying to play that game. But man, when we was there was like lots of old ladies that was out there playing and shit, and I liked it because it gave me a little bit of a workout. But I kind of woke up a little sore the next morning, and but it wasn't like Percocet bad, It was just, just had to get up and start moving, and I was good, and it was pretty cool. But something I think I'm gonna get into, and that with some golf, and I've just got to get more active, and I've really been doing good, cutting down on the smokes. I bought 2 packs on Monday, to try to get me through, my vacation. And I made it all the way through till today. So 2 packs lasted me all week. And normally I'm smoking almost a pack a day. So that's going really good, and just been getting some gum and some Altoids and some shit, and just, trying to do, whatever. Yeah, so Terry was a big winner on one of my giveaways, and Terry won an Opus El Tributo 25th Churchill, and then he had said that he's never tried any Fuente stuff, so he's got a Don Carlos, and he's got like a sun grown shade, and a couple other. I might send him an Añejo, and get him a little bomb out, for his win.
Yeah, Terry's he's trying his first Opus. Yeah, man, you are going down a rabbit hole. I promise you will be buying more. Maybe not a lot, but every once in a while you're going to be pulling the trigger. It's Opus has I said this to Sean. Opuses have an uncanny knack at finding your pocketbook.
Yeah.
Thank you, Iron.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, bro. I really do.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, we gotta, like we said, you gotta. Yeah, no.
I was laughing at that before.
I don't think so.
Guns breaking balls. Love it.
Oh, dude, tie-dyes is pretty cool. In fact, I've got another channel that I put on here because I thought about sharing how to make tie-dyes and shit. So my tie-dye channel, it's called Trippy Kunda Tees, and I don't have any content on it yet or anything, but yeah, man, it's really fun. And if you get the right stuff, you know what I mean, you got to go old school. You got to use the Procyon fiber reactor, and it's a science project, man. You gotta mix up chemistry and soda ash to dip the shirts in, so it breaks up the fibers. And you got to use 100% cotton. You can't use anything else. And that breaks it down to where the dye will, penetrate and adhere to the fibers of the cotton. And then, you got to tie it up, and you got to dye it, and then you got to let it sit for 24 hours. But then after that, it's like Christmas. Every tie-dye that you open is like Christmas, man, because they're never exactly the same, and they're always different. And it's a cool experience. I highly recommend, if you want to get into it, brother, I can show you, some of the stuff, and maybe send you like a little starter kit of some chemicals and some dyes and stuff, and you can try it out for yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, messy, 100%. You know what I mean? It totally was.
Yeah, man, you got to get out there. You got to get that blood pumping. Or I think I have a feeling, I don't know for sure. I have a feeling a lot of the guys in this chat right now are a bit younger than we are. So these guys know they can get out, even if you're working hard, man. You got to make that time for yourself, right? You got to, because if you get yourself squared away physically, it's going 100% going to help you mentally, right? That saying, free your ass, your mind will follow, or free your mind, your ass will follow. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
You got to get out there and do something. If you can go for a run, if you can get on a treadmill, if you can get on the rower, the attack bike, the elliptical, whatever. If you can't, go for a walk, man. Go for a walk around the block. If you're an older guy, maybe you fucked up knees or whatever it is, do what you can, man. Sit in a chair, stand up, sit in a chair, do 10 of them, do sets of them, like get the blood pumping. It's very important for you physically and mentally. And it goes back to, I always say, earn your cigars. You know, it makes it more of a celebration for yourself, right? We all know every cigar is a mini celebration. In that moment, it's a mini celebration. So if you feel like you really earned them, you're going to enjoy them that much more, and you feel better about yourself.
True that. Yeah. Thank you, Mob. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm just trying to add to the longevity.
Yeah, Messi.
Messi said he's got an Opus on the way that he just ordered, and said his credit card is still smoking. Well, that's the consensus. You know what I mean?
I feel you, brother.
You know, oh my God, I mean, shit, man. I think I'm probably sitting at about $5,000 worth of Opus, you know, and never in a million years would I think that I would even have $5,000 worth of cigars, much less one particular line of cigars. You know what I mean?
Just in case somebody's wife's listening in, shh, don't talk money like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Old Deadhead, man, you know, used to tour around with the Dead, and God, dude, I'll tell you what, the thing about Grateful Dead shows, number one, every show's different. You know, they may have the same set, they may have the same musicians, they may be in the same town twice in a row. It's always different because it's a jam session. You know what I mean? So they play the song, they just get up there and jam. And I love that. And then what's crazy about it is, you know, when you get there, it's like you can tell the seats that were bought by the locals versus the ones in the Rainbow family. They call them the Rainbow family, that follows the Dead around. And that's where your freaks, you know, and your hippies and everybody is. And just, you meet so many cool people, and just, you know, so many great, you know, such great acid and shrooms and just everything everywhere, and freaking people out in the parking lot with tanks of medical grade nitrous oxide, and you're huffing laughing gas out in the fucking parking lot, and just it's a crazy experience, you know. And their whole deal is just like, man, they don't care about shit. They'll sell water, they'll sell watermelon, they'll do whatever they got to do to come up with enough money just to get to the next show, and then get to the next show, you know. And you know, I met so many cool people, and just, you know, it's a freaking time machine. You know what I mean? It is a freaking time machine, and just takes you back. And Johnny and I kind of talked about this. What was it, yesterday, Johnny? We were kind of talking about how, like, music
before, yeah.
You know, like flavors, like drinks and bourbons and smells, like off of the cigars. You know what I mean? These can be a time machine. You know what I mean? You may pick up a note off of a cigar, or a fragrance off a cigar, that just takes you to a memory, a certain memory. You don't even know it's happening, and it just does. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It takes you back to that experience, for sure.
I love it. You know, I had a cigar that I smoked that brought back a memory of me. The first time I was down in Little Rock, Arkansas, we went to this little place called the Bonefish, and one of the desserts that they had was a chocolate creme brulee. Never had one before, never had it. and I can't remember what cigar I was smoking. There's on one of my videos I was talking about it, but it that cigar tasted like that chocolate creme brulee, and it brought up all those good times with my wife and all that stuff that was going on with us. And you know, it's just so great, you know. And like we were talking about earlier, the memories that you make, you know what I mean, when you're smoking a certain cigar. You can sit down and smoke a cigar and remember an experience and a time that you shared with somebody else smoking that same cigar, you know. And I just absolutely love it, you know.
What cigar was that?
Shit, huh? I'm trying to think of what it was. I can't remember at the time. You know, I was early in my cigar journey, you know, and that was several hundred sticks ago. So I'm not sure. I can't remember what it was, but if I think about it, I'll post it up in the comments or put a link to that video on this show when we get done with it. You know.
Yeah. So I know those shows, and I was never I don't dislike the Grateful Dead, but I was never a Deadhead. I was into different. I was more of a hard rock and roll or heavy metal kid. Still am, actually. But even with those bands, you see, like, you know, they're bringing their kids and their grandkids now to the shows. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much do, you know, because most opuses are, you know, 30 plus, you know, for any of it, you know, except maybe like a, you know, you can probably pick up like a number 4 Perfection or something like that for, you know, $22 or something like that, but nothing like that, you know.
Yeah, you won't find any opus over here for $30. Nary are to be found at that price.
Really? Yeah, most of the ones I've been getting lately have been $40-$50 range, you know, for sure.
I think they started at 68 by me. That's where they start for a Dioro.
Yeah.
You know,
Wags, I'd love to have you, man. Yeah, we can definitely set that up, brother. You know, have you on the show and we can reminisce about some of the good old days and share some of those stories. And holy crap, man, you know.
A hot box is a fellow metalhead. Yeah, man. I still play in a band, in original band. Got a bunch of stuff up on YouTube and shorts. Nice. I don't run that. The singer runs it. It's pretty fun stuff. We have a good time with it. Dad rock, you know, dad rock.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Eddie said he was a stagehand when he was 18. That had to have been pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds like it was probably some good experiences. No, did he say 18 or for 18 years? What did he say?
Man, how's yours coming along? Getting down into.
I'm halfway. I'm solidly at the halfway point.
Right on.
And really nice, smoking really nice. Not a lot of transitions, I would say, from the beginning towards the middle. It's staying pretty consistent, very pleasant.
It's mellowed out a little bit for me, except the French exhale. And I took a pretty big puff off of it and breathed it out. And Jesus, dude, it was like fucking wasabi. It fucking stung the shit out. Almost made my eyes water. I think
really?
I think I just took too big of a puff when I blew it out my nose.
Yeah, maybe.
But,
yeah, I'm still getting that pepper. It's still there. This pepper is staying. It's resting on. It's going to rest on your tongue. It's going to stay there for sure. The cedar is there, and I definitely am picking up, like, I don't know, some kind of a like a grilled flavor, like a grilled meat of some kind. That's what I'm getting, in addition to the sweetness. Just to give you guys,
what it smells like to me is like
bit of a
when I'm smoking brisket with pecan wood.
Exactly.
Is that pecan smoke smell? Definitely picking that up on this for sure. You know. old headbanging. Yeah, I've been in a
Yep.
couple mosh pits myself. You know,
Yeah, hot box.
back in the day. Yeah.
I'm still rocking though, man. I'm still rocking.
Yeah,
I've been
me too, man.
in and out of band since I'm 15. I've been doing this shit for like 45 years on and off.
Yeah. Hey, Toby, what's up, brother? My good brother Toby. He man, Toby's been smoking some bangers lately, man. Holy shit. He's been posting on Death Star Discord a lot of the shit he's been smoking this week. He's been living large, man. Good to see you, Toby. Glad you could make it tonight, bro.
What's up, Toby?
Right on. From,
Mexi Thrills.
yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I could see that. If you take too deep of a retro hail, I could see it giving you a little bit of a burn. I'm not doing that. Gentle.
He said the best show he ever saw was Metallica, Pantera, and you can't remember the third one, but yeah, that's back in the day, man. Metallica, Pantera was fucking amazing.
It's a heavy show.
Dragula. And I like you know, I've been to like a Lamb of God concert, you know, which was pretty eye-opening.
Yeah.
And then I'm also a really huge fan of Hank III, and went to one of his shows in Kansas City several years ago. And he was there with Guar. So I got to see Guar, and then Hank came on, and I was thinking, man, what's up with this shit, the country music shit, you know? And he starts out country, but then his show slowly evolves into like full on fucking death metal. And it was just fucking amazing, man. If you ever get a chance to go see Hank III, I highly recommend it. It's a really great show. Guy's got some great albums and some great music, you know.
I've never heard of it. I'll check it out on YouTube.
Some
Sure,
good
it's got
old homemade Chinese. Yeah, dude, that's almost like it was. It was kind of like a wasabi mustard, you know, sting in my nasal cavity, you know. But yeah, Lamb of God's good. Really enjoyed them. That was, I didn't think I would like them. You know, I've heard a few things about them, but man, I went to that show and it was electric, and everybody was so fucking cool, you know. And man. Yeah, so that's Mob's handle on the Discord and Instagram, and he's getting ready to change over his YouTube channel to Humidor Diaries. So
That's cool.
let us know when you get that up, brother. We'll come on and get subscribed, and you know, start watching your stuff on that. You know, it's always kind of nice sometimes to, you know, when you get in on something and you decide that you really want to pull the trigger and you really want to go wholehearted into it, you know, to come up with something, you know. And you know, and just like Johnny's doing, you know, Johnny's got the Cigar Fellowship going now, and he's, you know, he's been in it long enough and doing stuff long enough that, you know, he's picked a direction that he wants to move in. And you know, fully support that, Johnny. I'm glad that you know, that you've kind of rebranded a little bit, and you know, your overall mission and goal is more focused, you know. And so good for you guys for doing that, you know. And you know, just have fun with it. You know, just you just never know what it could turn into, and what you know, what it's going. I remember when I first started my channel, you know, and I got like 10, 15 subscribers, and I was like, cool, man, 15 people's watching my shit, you know. And then you know, here just a little over a year later, I think I'm I think I'm pretty close to hitting 400 subs, guys, which
Cool.
I thank you so much. That is so amazing, especially for the fact that, I don't put out a whole shit ton of content. You know what I mean? I think in that period of a little over a year, I've only put out about 100 videos, and that's like shorts included, but what I'm trying to do, and you all know and you all can see, is that I'm just trying to put out something really unique and really quality and really entertaining. You know what I mean? And I think that's what everybody's been digging on. And a lot of the feedback that I've been getting from everybody, it's just really kind of helped me refine and want to take things in a little bit new, like I said, having a dedicated studio to do my work in, and my workflow has changed and gotten so much better. And but I really, really thank the support and love that I've gotten from this community, from everybody, and it's just been absolutely amazing, man.
Well, it's fun. Like I said, if I wasn't on here, I'd probably be watching and chatting along with these guys. At the end of the day, you're doing it for yourself. You want to have fun and you want to share it with people. And I know I
Absolutely.
do it. It's self-serving in that I'm enjoying it. I'm into the cigar space. I'm into the culture, and I like picking a cigar and doing a deep dive into it and finding out all about it. And I want to share it with people. And if someone else is going to maybe click with me or enjoy it with me, that's great. That's the greatest thing ever. But if nobody did either, I'd probably be doing it anyway because I enjoy it. I'm doing it for myself. And that's how you stay true, right? That's how you maintain your integrity. You're doing it. I'm doing it for me.
Yeah.
And if somebody else can enjoy it also, that's motivation. That's
Hell
more,
yeah.
that's more motivation. So
absolutely. It's like, I look at my videos now. I've had like my train wreck humidor video. That's my hugest success. I've got over 4,000 views on that. I never imagined I'd get that many views on one video. But overall, the majority of my videos, until as of late, as I've kind of stepped my game up and been starting to do the live streams and getting a broader audience, most of my videos were around 100 to 135 watches. But I was okay with that, and I looked at the analytics, and it's like, I've got a good solid core group of people that are enjoying my content. And like we talked about earlier, it's like when you and I were talking earlier this week, Johnny, it's like you take 120, 135 people and put them into a room and stand in front of them. That's a lot of people. You know what I mean? That's a presentation. That's a good audience to have. And I'm very appreciative of that. And, as the channel grows, I'm just so excited. I never figured that, I'd have almost 400 subscribers, and the channel's slowly growing. And, I hope that, you all are having as much fun with my content as I am. Because like you said, I never had any misconceptions that when I started this thing that I was getting in this to make a living or make money or any of that kind of stuff. My greatest reward from having my channel is, number one, I do my content for me because I like it, because I have fun doing it. I have fun editing these videos and coming up with all this crazy shit. And number two is the people, the great group of guys and gals that I met and interacted with and talked to and been able to grow my love and passion for this hobby. And then just all the great recommendations and stuff that, people have thrown my way, steered me towards cigar. And it cuts through all the bullshit, because how much money is everybody spending going out, buying stick by stick, trying all this stuff, and then you just don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to take one of y'all's recommendations and go buy that cigar, In fact, a lot of times I go back in after the show and I'll write down cigars that have been recommended to me by you guys. And then that's my wish list. That's the things that I want to go try, is something that you guys are recommending, because I got a pretty good chance that that's going to be a good cigar. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because everybody here is basically on the same page.
Jimbo, my brother, glad you could make it, dude. So happy you're here.
Yeah, that's
right on, Toby. Toby, what are you smoking on? And man, Toby has got a fucking rock star fucking bar, man. You guys come in the Discord with us when Toby's in there. Have him show you his fucking bar setup. It is fucking top notch, man. He's got some really great pours on his shelf.
Nice. Very nice. The channel.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Terry was asking the name of the channel. My channel, it's the Cigar Fellowship. The Cigar Fellowship. And there'll be a black diamond plate.
Thank you, brother.
And it says the Cigar Fellowship in orange written in the middle. That's what I am on YouTube. The website is the same thing, thecigarfellowship.com or .vlog. And the shorts are all on X, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook Reels. I don't know how far it goes on Facebook. Facebook really doesn't like the cigar space at all, but they haven't taken them down or anything like that. So I don't know how far out they're shooting. I guess the more people that, if I pop up, then you're a cigar guy. I'm probably in your algorithm somewhere, but it's got to gain some momentum. It takes time.
Absolutely. It does, because you're starting from scratch. You know what I mean? And
even I'm sorry, even the website, like if you go on Google, let's say, and in the beginning, if you typed in the Cigar Fellowship, it wasn't really coming up. You had to put it in the top bar because you got to get a certain amount of hits before the computer will recognize how to send you to the site. Now it's okay.
Man, so I don't know. So I'm getting down into the final third on this, and I just talking about a time machine. So that sweetness just brought up this memory from me. My grandmother, Terry, my father's mother, at Christmas time used to make sugar plums. And dude, I swear to God, this puff that I just took off of this cigar took me back to the taste of my grandmother Terry's sugar plums at Christmas time, man.
That's a nice memory.
It really is. Yeah, and it's getting a little sweeter in this final third.
Yeah, I'm in the last third myself right now. I'm talking and reading, so it went out on me a few times.
Absolutely. Got that. Nice.
Yeah, the recommendations are great. Like, I'm going to look for that. Like, I'll have to scroll back, but I'm going to look for that Macanudo. That's somebody.
Yeah, and I'm going to get that Rocky Patel Sapphire.
It's in here. Yeah, and I'm not a Rocky guy, but I'll revisit that. I'll try the Sapphire just on the recommendation. I'll give it a shot. You got to have an open mind.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because you just never know, man. And it seems like here recently in the cigar industry, because there's so many like craft cigar makers, there's so many people out there putting out really great stuff. Like, I'm going to say my number one right now, Definition Cigars out of Texas. Those boys down there have been putting together some amazing blends and some really incredible cigars. And I think there's another guy up in St. Joe, which is just about an hour north of me, that's got a cigar company that's called Bad Ash. And Chief of the Leaf. Yeah. These guys are all putting out these great cigars. And I think they're forcing some of these big boys to kind of rethink what they're doing and refocus more on quality blends and quality stuff. And I think it's overall forcing everybody to step their game up a little bit, because a lot of the newer cigars that are coming out that I didn't think I would like, I love them, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's the direction we're going in. I think that the boutique brands and the smaller ones, they still have that passion. You know, obviously, you know, the big names, they have legacy and they still have the passion and they take pride in it. But some of them,
Yes.
you know, they're just kind of like riding on old reputations. And but I think they do the noir, right? Definition?
Do what now?
The definition is the definition noir. They do the noir, right?
Yes, they have the Noir Cameroon, and then they just came out with another Noir that I think is a sun grown.
So I've had a couple of the Cameroons and they're great. That's the only one I've had.
Yeah, the Cameroon is fire. It's really good. My favorite, though, bar none, is the Aneo. You know, it's a box press. It's really amazing. It's got a beautiful band on it. In fact, I want to take that band into a local jeweler and have them make a ring of it for me. It's that freaking cool. You know what I mean?
Cigar band ring, yeah. Yeah, but so the small batches and the boutique brands, you know, they don't have farms and they don't have factories. So, but you know, they have some money and they have a passion. So they're going to these factories and they're buying, you know, bushels, pylons of tobacco, and they're either sitting on them and letting them age a little bit more, or they're smelling each one, they're feeling each one, they're tasting each one, and they're putting together what they think is, you know, they're putting a lot of time and love into blending something that they think is going to be really good. So
yeah.
I think that's the direction we're heading in. I think that that's the way. I think going forward, like in the next couple of years, we're going to see a lot more of that stuff. And I'd like to see a lot more of it in tobacco shops and, you know, cigar lounge humidors. I'd like to see more of it. There's not that much. So it's hard for them to get into. Listen, the store, the shops, the lounges, they can only have so much, and they gotta, you know, business is business. They gotta sell what's going to move. So it's hard for them to take a chance if a rep comes from whatever, let's say Definition, you know, walks into a mom and pop brick and mortar shop. You know, this guy's, he's got no room. You know, he's packed with stuff that he knows he's going to move eventually. How's he going to move something out of the way, put it on the back burner or on the bottom, and put this new brand up, and in the hopes that somebody's going to buy it? He's got to sell it. He's got to believe in it also. But I think slowly, because these cigars are so good, that they're going to wear away on them. People are going to start asking for them. And then they're going to pick up the phone and say, hey, yeah, okay. You know, I'll take, you know, give me 10 boxes, give me 20 boxes, you know.
Yeah.
And that's how the momentum is going to grow. And that's how it should be.
Yeah, for sure, man. Bobby says Rocky Patel Sun Grown is a solid smoke. Oh, check out Toby. He's got an añejo shark with some stag. Nice. Glad, dude. I'm glad you're having a good time. We always do on Friday nights, dude. It's just, you know, you guys are I try to have concepts of things that I want to cover and things that I want to do, but I always let, you know, you guys as the community, and I let the chat steer the ship, you know, and that's, you know, that's what makes it so much fun, you know.
Yeah, you guys are part of it. Yeah, I feel like I'm just kind of winging it here. But Chief of the Leaf, yeah, you know who is a?
Yeah, they're really good, and they're very affordable. He's only got 2 blends. He's got a Habano and a Maduro, and they're a Toro with a little pigtail top on it and a closed foot, and they're just delicious. You know what I mean?
There's I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. I hope you have. The Pravada Cigar Club. I mentioned it in one of my I mentioned it in one of my videos. The guy's name is Brian Desind, Desind. He's got a lot of videos on YouTube, and if you're into it, he's a wealth of information. Like, he will tell you, he's got a video that's got a whole map of where your tobacco comes from. Like, it'll say like what farm it came from, and it'll have a list of the cigars that come from that farm. It's pretty fascinating.
That's cool.
If you want to get a good education, check out the Bravada Cigar Club. Obviously, it's a business, right? You join the club, and they have all kinds of different cigars. I'm not a member yet, but I watch his videos all the time, and I subscribe because he's been doing it for over 10 years. Very knowledgeable guy, likable guy, great personality, he's funny, and he talk about a deep dive, and he does it in a way that you can easily understand what the hell is going on. Like, he explains it to you like we're talking right now. And it's pretty interesting about how a lot of these, not just boutique like big companies, they're negotiates for this. There's like 6 or 7 families that own like 90% of the tobacco farms that we smoke from. Right? You've heard Marvin talk about Aganorsa, right? How huge they are. The Garcias, Fuente, of course. There's like 6 or 7 families. That's it, and they own 90% of the farm. So if you pick up a cigar, I think Marvin mentioned this on Rise and Grind, there's a good chance that either the wrapper, or part of the filler, or the binder came from an Aganorsa farm. That's So what he does is he'll take a cigar. Let me just try to think of one off the top of it. Latier or Tatuaje, and it'd be like, okay, I'm not going to name it because I could be wrong, but I'm just going to use this as an example. Like Plasencia, they own a lot of farms, and they'll make cigars for a bunch of companies that you would think that those cigar companies have their own farms and factories, but they don't. They're only using
No,
6 or 7 farms.
Plasencia, AJ, Fuente, those guys,
Aganorsa,
Aganorsa, those guys are growing a lot of everybody's tobaccos. Eddie Maysville, Missouri it's kind of up by St. Joe where Bad Ash is. It's like due north of me. And we used to ride motorcycles a lot through Missouri, and they've got some Amish communities up there. And when we would roll through that area, you'd always see the Amish people in their wagons with their horses and shit, and they'd be selling like bread and cookies and shit out of the back of them, And that's a cool place. Wag says Factory Reserve Cigar Club, the Boutique Master.
Yeah, see, there's a lot of them out there. ISH?
I've never heard of that, guys.
Me neither.
Don't know who that is.
I would imagine most of the stuff you can find online, I'd imagine.
So it would just be, he's got a website, so just figure it out. You know what I mean? It's Chief of the Leaf website. You can find it, and he's got some really affordable sticks, and they're well worth the money. And I find myself smoking them quite a bit. In fact, I'm getting ready to put in another shipment come next week.
Peeled off that last band.
Yeah.
I think I'll save this.
Mine been off for just a second, but it came right off, and I'm getting down towards the end of this thing now. It's but it's still burning great, and it's still tasting good. I'm gonna milk every morsel out of this thing that I possibly can.
So Bobby says he's been a member of Bravada Club for years. Yeah, see,
Right.
He's good.
Man, there's tons. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You know, a lot of my go-tos here lately is EP Carrillo, which is now Casa Carrillo. In fact, my favorite cigar that they put out, my favorite cigar of the year is the Casa Carrillo, the Deep Blue. That cigar is just a madman. I really love it. I was fortunate enough to get a box. It was a limited release, 25 2,500 boxes worldwide, and that cigar is just absolutely amazing, and it just keeps getting better and better. You know, I find myself stopping smoking it so much because, you know, I wanna put some age on some of those and everything. But yeah, Eddie, and you know, we're always looking out for one another. Like we said earlier, you know,
Yeah.
there's so many cigars out there and so much money that it costs that it's like, you know, we got to help each other out, find the good stuff, and you know, cut to the chase, if you will. You know what I mean?
Eddie, Iron Eddie,
Thank you very much.
I could give you a good. I suggest this one all the time. It's one of my favorite cigars, and it's not that expensive. La Roma de Cuba, the Mi Amore. La Roma de Cuba, Mi Amore. You can't go wrong with that cigar. Price point, flavor, great cigar. I mean, all the cigars in that line are great, but the Mi Amore in particular, the one with the blue band, outstanding. In fact, I think I'm going to do a review on that'll be one of my next in the next 2 or 3
Hotbox said Ish is from Banff. Ish
Okay.
is a Banff cigar. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Brian from Pravada. Shoot,
Yeah, he'll give you a great
that's for
education.
sure. 100%. I haven't got too many like.
I'm going to step
European
out, just
market
use the
cigars.
restroom real quick.
Yes,
My restroom is this
go right-
arborvitae right here, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead, man. Just give me a shout when you get back. Right on, Bobby. I may have to check that out, you know, because I love a lot of the Liga Privadas. In fact, my very favorite Lancero is the Liga L40. I smoked that, and that actually turned me on to smoking Lanceros, man. You know, I really love those, and you know, I think I've got a Year of the Rat that's a couple years old in my humidor, and I think a 52. I've got a 52 in there also that's got a couple years of age on it. Looking forward to smoking those, you know. And a 14. Oh, thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Bobby sent me some love. I got a bomb coming in from Bobby. I'll be sharing that with you on the channel next week, and really looking forward to that. In fact, I got a new video. Y'all watch for it. That's going to hit on Tuesday. Brand new segment for the channel. I think it's going to be something really cool, and you guys keep your eyes peeled for that. It's going to be pretty sweet. Eddie, yeah. So my favorite, and I smoke them quite a bit. I love the Grand Habano Black Dahlia in the Corona Gorda Vitola. That's a really good cigar. It's really affordable, and I really smoke quite a bit of those. Okay, Ish is the blender for that cigar. All right, thanks, Wags. If you guys ever checked out a guy by the name of Tim Rollins, he does good cigar reviews from a lot of brands. I have not. It's not the Tim Rollins, the guru guy, is it? Am I thinking of the right guy? Okay. I haven't tried any of those at all, so I'm not sure what they're all about, man. All right, Messy. I'll definitely check that out. Been trying to catch up on a lot of content this weekend. I got so many new friends that I've met and so many channels that I'm trying to watch and but I'll definitely check that out, man. Terry said he went to school for horticulture. I think he's going to start some Missouri tobaccos. Right on. Yeah, it'd be a good environment around here to grow that, Terry, for sure. You know. Yep. Let me know if you start doing that, man. I know a couple guys that are doing that, and can share some of those guys' channels and stuff with you, and let you see what they're doing. No worries, man. I'm trying to keep up with the chat myself. You guys are so engaging. We got the chat is just on fire tonight. I'm fucking loving it, guys. Thank you so much. Okay. The TPA BAMF. Awesome. We need more of that. You know what I mean? Absolutely. La Historia, yeah. Hang on a second here. Okay, Johnny's back. I'm sitting here yapping and fucking. Pete breaks over, gang.
The guys probably thought I went to take a dump.
Thanks for hitting me on the head. I appreciate it, man.
I know the same thing happened when Tan was on. I was joking out like, where the fuck Tan go? What was he doing? Taking a shit?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of better job. Mental note.
No, that's all right.
Check. It's all good. Okay, cool, man. So Messy watched my unboxing video of the Pledge Purple and got him one. I'm glad you got one, man. I know that when they originally came out, I thought that was going to be it, but like I just talked to Cassie this week, she just got another round of the purples in, so they're out there, guys. Keep an eye out for them. It is an amazing cigar, super delicious. Really been enjoying that sucker. And the ones that I've had in my humidor for about 3 months. And Carrillo's also got another couple that they've come out with. They've got the Ascend, which is going to be a new core line cigar that I'm really excited. In fact, I've got one that Cassie got at PCA, and she gave it to me right back when she got back from the trade show. And I've been hanging on to that one for a minute. But she got some of those in this week, so those are in stores also. And
the silk, really have you tried that silk?
I have not.
Oh, so the La Historia silk. It's the daughter blended this one. Probably my favorite.
Oh, the silk. Yeah. It was blended for the ladies.
I think the daughter. I don't know her name. She blended it. Like she's obviously
that's her baby. Yeah.
So good. It's my best Carrillo. My favorite one. Really
right
good.
On. Right on.
The silk. I recently did a review on the My Father Blue. Was that my last review? That was my last review. I talked about how when that cigar first came out, there was so much hype about that cigar. I'm not going to say I got a bad rap, but people were looking, they hyped this cigar so much that I think people were expecting it to be, rainbows and it's a great cigar, especially with some age on it. So when it came out, it got 50-50 reviews because everybody was anticipating it so much and they're lighting it up with such excitement. And I kind of feel like it was like a letdown. Revisit that cigar. It's a chocolate bomb. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's one of my go-tos. Really delicious cigar. It's got, it's a Connecticut wrapper, but it's got Criollo, Corojo and Criollo in the filler, and
Okay.
absolutely delicious cigar.
Yeah.
And if you revisit that, My Father Blue, my father opened a factory in Honduras, and that's the only cigar they're putting at that factory right now.
Yeah.
From what I know, I did a deep dive, cross-referencing, with the phone and the computer and stuff like that, because I was going to do a review on it. I did a review on it, rather. And and they bought a farm in Honduras as well. And so this is their first cigar, I'm pretty sure, with any Honduran tobacco in it. And they're pumping them out now. And I took one out of my humidor that had been sitting. This is what prompted me to do the review. And I smoked when it was okay. Sitting in my humidor for like about a year. I had another couple, and I left. I said, "This is really good." So then, before the review, how I do my reviews are: smoke the cigar, relax. If I like it, or I'm going to do it again with I'm not a professional reviewer, so I have like 12 or 13 different bullet points that I think are important. And then I smoke the cigar and I analyze it and I write them down. And then on the third cigar, I do the review. Sometimes I smoke the cigar in review. Sometimes I'm careful about showing it on the screen because I don't want to get shut down before I even start. And with one particular cigar, right before I did the review, I had lit the cigar and then something happened and I was drawn away from it. And I let it burn out in the ashtray. More than 3/4 of it was there. Put it in the shed. Obviously, it was completely out. And the next day, I was putzing around the house and
that would be cool.
Wanted a cigar, and I relit it. Cool. And it tasted even better. Something else happened. I don't know who came to get me or whatever, who my neighbor needed help or something like that. And I put it down again. Third night, I happened to be out. I had a cigar. It was a Robusto. It was a short one. I was like, I'm in the mood for another one. That one pretty quick. But I didn't want to light a whole cigar. I still had that one in the ashtray. And I lit it. And the third time, it was even better. So it was almost like, you ever make a good sauce or a chili and you put it in the fridge, and the next day the flavors are even better? That's what happened with this cigar. So that tells me that cigar needed age. That cigar needed age. So I would highly recommend that My Father Blue, and check out that review because
I like it because it's I don't like a lot of Honduran tobacco, but that blue is a new take on Honduran tobacco. It changed my mind. You know what I mean?
And it's because of that wrapper. It's Criollo and Corojo. It's Connecticut.
Messy.
It's Connecticut broadleaf.
That L40 is a banger. La Aroma de Cuba Mia More. Right on. Yeah, Hotbox, if you want to hook us up, man, that would be really cool, brother. I'd definitely welcome that, Man, I would welcome it, you know what I mean, for sure.
And I've heard about those Christophs. I haven't tried one yet, but I've heard good things about them.
Yep, do it, I'm always looking for the next latest, greatest thing that I haven't tried before, for sure.
That's what we're here for, right?
It. Yep, 100%. Get that knowledge gathered and everything. EPC. I mean, when I first started smoking cigars, one of my go-tos was the Encore Majestic, man. The very first box of EPCs that I ever bought was the 15th anniversary, and that is it's in my top 5 cigars, period, that I've ever smoked. That 15th anniversary EPC. And I got a box, and it was so beautiful. It's this black piano lacquer box, with a push button open, with a push button lock on it, and just beautiful array of cigars, and they're well wrapped, and it's a really, really good smoke. Man, I'm about done with this baby, but I'm still doing the good.
I'm looking at Messy and Hotbox. Yeah, see, we know what good cigars are. You know what I mean? That's
for sure.
Yeah, man, the daughter is to take the throne for sure, bro.
Well, she's the future of that company. You know what I mean? And
she knocked it out of
you
the
know,
park.
they got a great YouTube channel, and dude, they do shit tons of giveaways. They give away sticks, they give away boxes. I think they're getting ready to give away a humidor. They're getting ready to do a humidor giveaway and all that kind of stuff. And you know, I don't know, you know. And speaking of which, here in a little bit, I'm gonna do a giveaway. In fact, I'm about done with mine, so let me get caught up on the chat here real quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll get some people in here, and I'll get some names on the wheel while you're finishing yours up, and that'll kind of catch us up before we go to our next cigar. Yeah, she's doing well. Her marketing plan, everything that she's doing. You know, and I watch their YouTube videos a lot. She's amazing. You know what I mean? She really is.
Yeah, Eddie, I like the Honduran stuff, like the Leaf by Oscar. That's all. A lot of that's Honduran stuff. I don't know. I think maybe a Honduran Puro, which I've had, actually from a guy that came into the shop trying to sell his wares, right? Just a regular guy. He went to a factory. He's a Honduran guy, and he made his own blend. He had about 5 to 6 different sticks. I tried a couple. Yeah. The store owner obviously couldn't buy any of his stuff because there was just no room for it, and he was just too small, unfortunately. But yeah, that Honduran has a unique nutty flavor to it, nutty caramel flavor to it, and I like it. I like it in a blend.
Yeah, I almost picked up almost like some toffee notes on that cigar. You know, like silk? A sweet yeah. Yeah. Mob says, what has been the worst cigar you smoked? Well,
that's a good question.
Probably, I mean, of a premium cigar that I was really excited to try, one of the worst ones that I ever had was actually an El Mago. Now, I do like some of their cigars. They got a great Lancero, and they got some other ones, but I got one, you know, and they all come in those nice metal tubos and all that stuff, and they got a lot of really, really good packaging and everything. But probably the worst cigar that I ever had. I've only had 3 cigars that I've ever chucked in the fire pit or just didn't want to smoke them, and that was one of them. I was at work one day and I fired that up. You know, when I was on the truck, root cutting sewer lines, and I just couldn't stand that flavor. It just threw me off, and I ended up chucking it out. I couldn't take it. And then one of the other ones that I was surprised that I didn't like was one of the Jaime Garcias. I had a Jaime Garcia that just hit me really wrong. And I don't know if it was just that particular one or whatever. I've still got one in my humidor that I'm letting rest, and I want to revisit that one. And then the other one that I had was a Macanudo that I just absolutely detested, you know. But that would be mine, you know. What about you, Johnny?
There's been a couple. I'm trying to think. I probably put them out of my mind. I'm trying to think. I'm surprised that you had a bad experience with that Jaime Garcia. I've always felt them to be pretty consistent, but different strokes, right? Different flavors.
Sure. Yeah, for sure, Messi.
I'm gonna have to give that some thought. Something will pop into my head. Something will pop into my head.
Christoph
surfacing in the Magic 8 Ball right now.
I've got a couple Christophs that I bought from a local. Haven't tried any of those yet. I've heard really, really good things. You know.
Let's talk about barber poles. I'm a fan of a good barber pole.
Yeah.
Hard to find good ones, and a lot of people don't like them because a lot of the times they don't like the candela. A lot of them are mixed with like Habano or a Maduro with a candela wrap. And a lot of people, I like it. Anything that is barnyardy, grassy, earthy, I love. I like that earthy, foresty, farm, anything that's like natural I enjoy that. Not for everybody. A lot of people don't like the grassy flavor from the Candelas, but
Yeah.
there's a couple of good ones out there. Like Alec Bradley makes that Filthy Hooligan. I think he does a pretty good
Yeah.
job. That's a pretty creamy, smooth cigar. That's a barber
I
pole.
like that Puente Between the Lines. That's a good one.
That's
It's
very
like
good.
the little it's like a short story
Yeah, sweet.
Vitola
Yep.
barber. That's a great cigar. I've smoked
Yeah.
quite a few of those. Those are good.
Yeah, I like getting a little different flavor from the wrapper coming through. I enjoy. Anybody else in the chat can recommend or also likes like a good barber pole, whether it's got Candela in it or not. Just curious, throwing that out there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Toby, was it you that was smoking one of those barber poles the other night, man? I can't. I mean, I can see somebody lighting it up and smoking. I thought it was Toby, but I might be mistaken. For sure. The Brasilia, used to love the Brasilia when Rodriguez was blending it for CAO.
Yeah.
Before they started West Tampa. Now there's another one that I haven't tried a whole lot of those either. The West Tampa stuff. Have not tried that very much. What's a good one of those that you could steer me toward the introduction to the brand?
Midnight Twist. I'll have to check that out, Guns. What's up, Tan? It was not a barber pole, but I don't remember buying this cigar. It was a Candela, and I could barely read the label. Like I had to take a picture of it and open it up. It was a Foundation cigar. Foundation makes a Candela called the Grasshopper.
Uh-huh.
I don't know when I bought it. I don't know if I got it in a sample pack. I just found it and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because I was in the mood for a Candela, and I stumbled on it just like a week ago, and that was a great Candela because it had some punch to it. It had some spice to it.
Welcome,
and you still had that Candela, that grassy flavor, but inside it had a nice little kick, peppery kick to it. Just throwing shit out that I've tried that somebody might want to,
Alec Bradley V2 Black is a good one. Pepper bombs, huh?
I know Marvin likes that Prensado. He talks about that all the time. I haven't had that though.
Yeah, he sent me one and I smoked it and I really liked it. I've got a couple in my humidor right now, and that's a really great cigar for sure. Tan, how was that Opus, brother? which one was you smoking? Oh yeah, Guns and his dogs, man.
I think I
Talk
saw
about the dog turds.
What do you say?
Oscar Belanderas, 2012 Candela barber pole. Okay, it's a Lancero, right on.
Okay, good. I got to visit some of these.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the reasons why I like the Opus so much is that Dominican funk, for sure.
Oh yeah. I always get a citrusy flavor from Dominican tobacco, Dominican long filler.
Mm-hmm.
I always get that like bitter on the sides of my tongue.
That bite.
People talk about that citrus, like peel, not like the fruit itself, but like the peel.
Yeah, it's more like a zest.
Yeah, Dominican long filler. It's one of the few things that I've learned, and it hasn't been, there's a lot to learn, but it's one of the few things that I could pick out, right? It's hard to pick shit out, but I always know if there's Dominican long filler, if I get that citrusy peel on the sides of my tongue, I'm like, there's definitely Dominican long filler in here.
Mm-hmm. Right
they
on.
go hand in hand.
Tan said he didn't like the La Galera yoke horse. Year of the horse. Okay. La Galera Year of the Horse. Haven't had that one. I'll steer clear. We got a pretty similar palate, being Opus addicts like we are. I'll definitely not try to mess with that,
Yeah, great recommendations in here. I'm gonna have to go back to this and take some notes. Great. I got to spend more money now.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
But if these guys are writing it down, it's it's worth checking out. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm with you, Messi, man. I like a good Candela and certainly a good barber pole. I reviewed
the Midnight Twist,
the Liga Zebra. I never ordered from Cigars Daily. You know the guy Tim from Cigars Daily?
Yeah. Oh,
Tim
yeah.
Swanson? So he has his own cigar company. Another perfect example, right? So he wanted to blend his own cigars, and he's got a big passion for cigars. Hardworking guy and fun, right? He's got fun stuff up, right? He's always screwing around with his staff and stuff like that. American Viking Cigars, that's his brand. I think they have like, I don't know, 6 or 7 different cigars. One of them is a barber pole, the Liga Zebra. Delicious. Really good cigar. And on a side note,
right on.
while I was in the website, I ordered about a dozen other cigars, like 2 of this, 2 of that, 2 silks, 2 of the silks, 2 of the Cielos, Alma de Cielos, the Plasencias. Let me tell you something. Their prices were actually a little bit better than some of the other big places. Like you would go to Holtz or Thompson or whatever it is. Cigars Daily has some slightly better prices than a lot of those other places. Because obviously they ship out all brands, but he's got his own cigar company. Now I can't speak to the other American Viking cigars that, another guy, it's a boutique cigar. So he's got to go to a factory, and that factory deals with farms. He doesn't have a farm or a factory, but he's got to go and collaborate with them and say, this is what I want. This is what I want
it from somewhere.
Yeah. And they put it together for him. And I'm not sure what factory it is. I suspected it might be the Plasencia factory, because I know it's in Nicaragua, and through process of elimination, I kind of figured that's where it is. Not that it matters, but if you like a good barber pole, check out the Liga Zebra by American Viking, Cigars Daily. That's a really good one. Good recommendation, I would say.
Eddie, thank you. Eddie says, that's what this awesome community is about, brother. I am really enjoying this podcast, and thank you guys for what you all do. Well, we thank you because, we're nothing without your support. You know what I mean? And you don't know how much it means to me, that you guys have helped me grow my channel, have helped my journey into this hobby. Just all the things that we share and all the camaraderie and everything. I cannot tell you how much it has personally enriched my life. You know what I mean? In fact, I got to say this, and I'll try to get caught back up with the chat. So I went into a local that I started out with, that I bought a majority of my cigars. I think I spent like $1,000 in this shop the first month I started smoking cigars. And I just went in there today and bought some sticks, and I got some goodies for a giveaway that I'll share with you. But anyway, he made the comment to me that he's like, man, Sean, it's really nice, to actually get to chat with you a little bit and stuff. It's been a while. And he's like, I gotta say, he's like, for some reason, you're just a different person. You know what I mean? I really like talking with you. I really like, and he's like, I notice there's a noticeable difference in you, talking to you now versus what, my first impressions of you were, and it meant a lot, And I said, well, part of it's probably because, I'm not drinking whiskey anymore. So that's probably a big part of it. But he's like, yeah, I can see that. But he's like, no, he's like, just your overall outlook on cigars and your knowledge that you've acquired and just the conversation that I'm having with you today. I've really enjoyed it. And man, that just meant so much to me, man. Thank you, Eddie, and everybody that is subscribed to my channel and our channels and part of this community. And I'm really excited about this, Death Star virtual lounge that we're all going to be able to share together. And I just see nothing but great things and great sticks and great times in our futures, So thanks for being a part of it.
Yeah, I mean that's why we're all here. It's a community. And hopefully somewhere along the line we'll bump into each other somewhere at a lounge, online somewhere. We cross paths. I met this guy. I was in a chat with I was in a Rise and Grind. I was watching the Rise and Grind show, I believe, and I was in a chat, and this guy. He's got a channel where he does quick reviews, like stick of the day, pipes and sticks. His name's Dre. And he had mentioned he had never tried a Cuban. And I talk about this in one of my reviews. I don't know the guy at all. Like, I never met this guy before. So I DM'd him. I'm like, bro, I got some Cubans. I'll hook you up. I'll send you some Cubans. And he says, what do you want for barter? What would you want back? And I was like, you know what? I got a couple of aged Cubans I'm willing to part with, and I got a couple of newer ones because I have some friends that travel a lot. So I sent them 4 sticks, and I said, you know what? Just send me back whatever you think is good. If you think there's a good cigar, just send me something. Now, This doesn't have to send me anything. He doesn't know me. He doesn't have to send me anything. He could have sent me, I'm reiterating basically what I said, because I talk about this in one of my reviews about the cigar space and our culture and our community, right? And about fucking being men and having integrity. The guy sends me 2 opuses, a delicious Hemingway, like a long one, small ring gauge, which is a flavor bomb, and an Avowed. Yeah. He didn't have to do that. I mean, the guy didn't have to do that, but just from texting with the guy, like after we initially made contact, I could tell he was a stand-up guy. He's part of the community, a complete stranger. And now we fucking text all the time. Like he's a friend.
Well, the same thing with me and Marvin, and welcome White Buffalo. Glad you could come to the show. Glad that you're here. It's nice to meet you. And I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so glad that you're here. The American Vikings are good. Tim's Milestone is sold out forever. Yeah. That dude, he's doing really good for himself.
Listen, he's got Steve Saka blending sticks with him. He blended a stick with Steve Saka.
Yeah. Oh, the Leche Burra is the Leche Burra. And let's see, Todd, the cigar idiot, talked to me about those. And because I'm a huge Dunbarton guy, and Todd was talking about how he got some of those Leche Burras, and that's his favorite Dunbarton. Because I was talking about the Fiddlehead, and he's like, yeah, if you can get some of these Leche Burras from CI, definitely fucking do it. Yeah, and that Almendacillo, oh, dude, yeah, just a mind blower. Yeah, really, right out of the box. Good. Don't need no age. Don't got to sit in a humidor. Pull that sumbitch out when you get home and fire it up. And that fucker is dope, man. That is a really, really great cigar. Great suggestion, Tan.
Yeah, those are fantastic. I always keep
Cigars Daily. Cigars Daily, yep.
Cigars Daily, right. Yeah, to let you burn. He did one with Oscar too. They've got one called Earth. I tried one of those, and I think there's a lot of Honduran tobacco in that one, and that was very nice.
Right on, Fabian.
But that's a testament to Tim, right? He's got all these people. So he's got Saka, right? Steve Saka from Barton. He's got Oscar Villadares. He can collaborate with him. The guy from Blackbird, which I've had a couple of his sticks, are very good. They're named after birds. There's one, the wren. There's one, the crow. They did one called Cock of the Walk. I haven't lit it up yet, but that was part of my order when I ordered the barber pole. The what the hell did I say the name of it was? The Liga Zebra. So he's done collabs with like 4 or 5 pretty well-known cigar makers. So that's a testament to his integrity, right? They're not just going to deal with anybody. And you can only get him at Cigars Daily. That Leche Burra, I don't know how long I got to wait to get that one, but I'm dying to try that. Donkey milk?
Donkey milk. I couldn't get them. I could not get my hands on any of them. That and like that Fiddlehead, man. I mean, I was so lucky to actually get 2 boxes of those, because they just went, they were gone, just lickety split. And I didn't even get in on the Leche Burras at all.
Yeah. I mean, I
You're
guess
welcome, Terry. You know, it's my pleasure. You know, that's what I'm here for, is, you know. And you know, I've got a lot of experience with doing this kind of stuff, but not in this arena. You know what I mean? So it's a pleasure for me to do this and to come up with these ideas and to give us all a place that we can call home. You know, we're a lot of like-minded gentlemen, and you know, we all you know, are kind of on the same path together. I know a lot of you guys been smoking for decades, you know, and I welcome your wealth of knowledge, and I trust it. You know, I come to count on it, and my wallet does too. So thank you. My wallet thanks you fucking dearly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Messi. Dre's a cool cat, man. He's a cool dude. He's got a if you're into firearms, a lot of us are. He's very knowledgeable guy. Big Dre 357. If you got a question, like DM him. He knows a lot about firearms. Pretty good stuff.
Right on. Wag says, asking what your favorite cigar shop is like you asking a lady if she's pretty, you know, or like when they ask you, do I look fat in this?
Yeah.
No, baby, you goddamn, you look you fine as shit, you know.
Nailing it.
I'll have to check that out for sure. Yeah.
What did Gunn say?
Yeah, for sure, dude. I mean, his you know, and the crew that he's put together, you know, it's just amazing, some of the things that he's doing, you know. And yeah, Holtz, you know, I mean, you know, being that they own brands, you know,
big
but
boys. They're the big boys.
They're big boys, you know what I mean? But that's why their production value on their shit is so good. And we've talked about this before. It's like they have a crew, you know what I mean? You know, Maz and Foch just have to sit down and smoke cigars and drink spirits and show off their pretty socks, you know. And everything else gets done for them. They don't have to do all the legwork and all the hard work that it takes to put in on a channel like this and be creative. And they just, you know, they got a crew, you know.
Yeah.
And I've gotten some good things from them. In fact, I did get in on their cigar of the month when I first started smoking, and got some good. I even got an opus from them one time, and was really surprised about that. You know.
Yeah, well, that's their aesthetic. You know, they you know, they're like, you know, they wear suits and you know, they have a beautiful lounge, and that's their aesthetic. But what I like about them is, I don't know, for lack of a better word, they're not dicks. You know what I mean? Most guys in the cigar space, listen, you're always going to run into a fucking asshole no matter where you go. But for the most part, cigar smokers are pretty genuine people, you know,
right on.
In my experience.
Right on. Yeah, glad you're here, Buffalo. In fact, you know, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Check out the video I just posted on my channel about my Discord cigar lounge, the Death Star Cigar Bar Virtual Lounge. You have to check that out and come on and hang out with us in there too. Gives us an opportunity to get together at any time, you know, whenever, and get with some people and talk some cigar stuff and have a great time.
And you could just log in, like, you know, you might be midnight on a Tuesday, and you might log in. Somebody might be in there hanging out. Hey, bro,
anytime,
make a new friend.
And it's 100% free. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make any money off of it. You know, I just created it so that we all got a place to go chill, and we all got a place that's private. That's us. That is just that. I'm building this out of people that I know, that I can trust, and that, you know, I feel that, you know, we're all pretty much on the same page, and you know, a lot of us are all in the same age bracket too, you know, for the most part, you know. And
I think I'm little bit longer in the tooth than most of the gentlemen in here.
Yeah. Well, but
that's okay.
You know, we're all getting there, you know. And I got this crazy ass like half dark mustache going on. You know, it's so crazy how shit, you know, when you get older, you know, and it's absolutely insane sometimes.
Listen, I wash the gray out every once in a while. Otherwise, this thing would be like fucking Santa Claus right now. I got nothing to fucking hide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes me happy. I'm doing it for myself.
Yeah, that who knows? I don't. Somebody might be able to look that up and see if that is in a sampler pack, and that would be worth buying whatever else is in that pack just to get that Leche Burra for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to address Hotbox. He was like, "What's everyone's biggest ick in cigars? It's super pretentious people for me, bro." Let me tell you something. That's a pet peeve of mine. I've run into that a couple of times, and I have no fucking patience for it at all. You could, you know, and it's rare, but every once in a while you walk into a place and people, because they know something you don't know, or they're more knowledgeable about something, it's like they're talking down to you. That's fucking bullshit. You're supposed to help them
dude,
and educate them. You don't fucking make them feel like an asshole because they don't know something. You're supposed to bring them up. You know, you're supposed to rise them up. You know, you're equal. Just because you know that guy may know 1,000 other things you don't know shit about. You know anything about that man. You know,
you walked a mile in his size 10s, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So yeah, man, you know, that is a big ick.
Yeah. And it's one of those deals where it's like, I think for the most part in general, you know, a lot of times when I go into a lounge, that's not going on, you know. I mean, you got, you know, people from all walks of life, you know, millionaire entrepreneurs, all that kind of stuff. But those guys aren't flexing. They're not, you know, you know, and this is something that I do, guys, and I don't know if you do it or not, but when I go into a cigar lounge and I sit down, before I even light my stick up, I take the band off. You know what I mean? Whether I'm smoking an Opus or whether I'm smoking an Encore or a Definition or whatever, I take the band off. You know, I'm not there to be like, ooh, looky what I'm smoking, and you're smoking that fucking dog turd or whatever. You know what I mean? I've had that happen to me before, and it pissed me off. You know, so it's like when I go into a lounge, I always take the band off before I even start smoking whatever it is that I'm smoking, because I'm smoking that cigar for me and goody for me, but nobody else gives two fucks. You know what I mean? And, you know, the guys that are that way and that are, you know, like attention seekers or whatever, and they'll go in there and buy a $50 stick and sit down and act like they're king shit. Hotbox, I agree 100%. I can't do that shit. You know what I mean? I just can't fucking do it, you know?
Yeah. I think it's fascinating, and we've all experienced this. If you go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Casey is one of my buddies that I met at my local. He's new into the cigar world. He's come in here with me. The first night he was come into the lounge, he kind of, you know, was didn't know kind of what to do, didn't know what where to sit, and was, hey, sit down with these comfy chairs and make yourself at home, and, you know, started talking cigars, and you know, he's just starting his journey. And in fact, I went in the humidor and bought him an EPC Encore Majestic, and I was like, dude, try this, you'll love it. You know, and he was such a great guy. I'm really glad that you're here, and thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight, brother. You know, we talked about him coming over to the Death Star for real, and, you know, you need to hit me up And you know, also check out the Discord thing. And dude, I'd really like to have you come over. And dude, I'll give you a pick of anything I got in my humidor. You know, you can go through it. I can show you some stuff, and we can sit down and share a cigar together. That would be fucking amazing, dude.
What's up, KC? Yeah, it's fascinating. You could have like the guy that's
Looks like Tan's bailing out. Tan, thanks for coming, brother.
good night, brother.
You
You could have the guy that's mopping floors for a living, and that's fine. Talking to the guy that's, you know, owns 3 companies, you know, and
sure,
they're equal in the cigar lounge. I know in my cigar lounge, the SOP is when you walk in, you shake hands with everybody. You go around, even if you don't know them. Usually, you know most of the people in your lounge. You always shake hands, you fist bump everybody around. Someone strange comes in, it's always like, "What's up, brother? How you doing?" If somebody's drinking, can I get you a pour? Can I get you something? If I want an espresso, anybody else want an espresso? I'm going to get a water. Who needs a water? That's how it's supposed to be. It shouldn't be you walk into a lounge and everyone's kind of like looking up at you like you don't fucking belong there. Don't go to that lounge. Don't go to that lounge. Or sit down like you're king shit and make yourself own it. One of the two. But no room for pretentious.
Now he's gonna smoke a quorum. You bet. How you coming on that? I'm done with this Fuente Padron. And
you can move on, brother. I'm look.
I liked it.
I got my little Pardo corn on the car.
You got some time, so this is what I want to do right now. Let me get kind of caught up here in the chat real quick.
Plug in my computer here.
Take the band off last second. Right on.
There we go. We have light.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way, man. In fact, when I go to a lounge, I always bring sticks. You know what I mean? I always bring sticks and turn people on to stuff. You know, especially if I'm talking to them and I've got something that they've never tried. I'm like, here, we'll try one of these. You know, and especially the guys that work there. I always bring cigars for the guys that are working at the humidor and the bartenders and shit. You know, take really good care of them. You know. Let's see. Yeah, for sure, brother. Glad you could come.
I'm catching
that
up myself.
G. I love Oliva. In fact, I'm going to share this with you real quick. I'm going to go through this here in a little bit, but I found a gem today at my local where, you know, the dude gave me the compliment and shit. Had a box of these sitting out. So this is a Serie V Melanio, and it's a 2023 release. So I'm really excited about this cigar. In fact, I picked up a couple of them. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to throw one of these in on the giveaway tonight so that somebody can have one of these well-aged 2023 Melanios. Let's see. So here's what I want to do.
It's a nice one.
We got 16 people in here still.
Oh, good.
So Johnny, while you're finishing up your stogie, let's get a hashtag going for a giveaway. And let's do hashtag smoke the good stuff. Okay. Hashtag smoke the good stuff. And then I'm going to let Johnny talk, and I'm going to start putting names in the old wheel of death.
All right. So as you guys can see, I'm verily in the final third of this, but I'm going to nub this.
Oh, well, Ryan's talking about it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ryan, is that the one that I just showed you? Is that this one? The 2023, or is it a different one? Okay, go ahead. I'm going to start typing. In fact, Johnny, I'm going to pop out for a second and put this in, and I'm going to give you the.
Okay. I can't type back to you guys, but I can respond to you. And real quick, I would say the end of this cigar, it probably crescendoed like about the midway point, I would say. Everything came together really nice when it was burning properly. It was nice and warmed up, plumped up just a little bit. The burn has been perfect. The only reason it was going out is because I was bullshitting or reading. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to light this again. But definitely the pepper died off towards the end, and you're left with cedar, some kind of, we talked about that, like some kind of grilled meat flavor, but pleasant, not annoying. Not so much chocolate, but there was some bitterness on the sides of my tongue, maybe like an espresso type bitterness on the sides of my tongue. And now, most of the flavor is mostly burnt out of it at this point, because it was a long cigar and you're smoking it for a while. So the tobacco is heated up pretty much. So I may not nub it because I sucked most of the flavor out of it at this point. But for $175 a stick, you could pass on it. If you have it and you want to try it, it's a pleasant experience. It's a really good cigar. But as we discussed earlier, nothing is worth that kind of money as far as I'm concerned. That's really pushing it, Let's see what's going on in chat. FDNY. Oh, over 20 years. I had to get out because of some 9/11 issues, but I'm okay. Loved it. Every minute of it. I was a Brooklyn guy. I spent most of my time in Brooklyn. I was in Midwood, and then I ended my career in Red Hook. I ended my career up working at headquarters, doing some administrative work, which isn't my favorite, but got to go to work, right? Got to go to work with the brass. I was a lieutenant. I started off in Queens. I went to Manhattan. I was working right across the street from the World Trade Center. Not when it happened, but I spent a year there downtown. And then I transferred back to Brooklyn because that was my home. I was a Queens kid, but a Brooklyn fireman. Great job, man. Greatest job in the world. It was like hitting the lottery when I got that job. I can't say enough about the men that I worked with, the caliber of guys that I worked with on that job. The character, the integrity of the guys, the work ethic, the bravery. It's probably one of the best things I've ever done in my life. One of the best accomplishments I've ever achieved is spending the time that I did on the FDNY. What else we got in here? Yeah, Iron, I feel you, bro. I was talking about this with Sean Fogie. It gets to the point where it's hard to find a stick, under $15 that you really want. After a while, your palate wants what it wants. You don't want to waste your time smoking something that you don't want to enjoy. And that's a lot of what I do with my reviews. I'm smoking stuff that you guys are walking by all the time because you don't want to waste your time and your money on it. And if I smoke it and I review it, I don't really give like 1 through 10 or banger, dog turd. I don't do that. I just give you my impression, my sincere, honest impression of what I got out of it and what I'm picking up from it. And I do try to pick up flavor notes. I'm trying to learn. And a lot of that has to do with not just what you're picking up on the cigar, but your experiences, how you use your words, your vocabulary, how you describe, and most importantly, what first pops into your head. Don't second guess yourself. If you really want to get into a cigar and you want to smoke it, what I just taste, right? A little bit of pepper on the retrohale. I got some bitterness on my tongue. Could it be like a little bit of citrus peel? Maybe. I still tasting some of that plum, but it's burnt out pretty well now. Just spit out what you feel because nobody's wrong. Nobody's wrong. It's what your brain tells. It's what your tongue and your palate tell your brain. That's what you're tasting. We could be tasting two different things. So, and that goes back to the pretension, right? Somebody goes, I didn't get any of that. Well, all right, you didn't, but I did. It's real to me. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, man.
What up?
He's back. He's back.
So we got, I went through everything, and then I added a couple of people like Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash is working probably, and he's out on the road somewhere in bumfuck nowhere, Kansas right now, and may not even have reception. But I put you in there, brother. So you are in for the win. And I've got, I'll give everybody else just a second here. I've got like 12. We have 12 entries into the drawing. And so I'm going to, real quick before I do this spin, and we get going on this next cigar, and that'll give everybody a little bit of time that may not be able to get in right away. So one of the things that I do every week is this week's Stogie Stash. So I want to kind of share with you guys real quick some of the stuff that I picked up this week that I'm really excited about. You know, of course, I got a couple of these 2023 Milanios, and this is going in the giveaway for sure. And then so the My Father La Bijou, the 100 Años. Now this cigar, this is a biannual release cigar. This only comes out every 2 years. And this one that I have, I got from my girl Cassie. This is a 2022. And she had a box of those that had a few of them left in there. So I got me 2 of them. And I figure I'll smoke one of these, and then I may try this year's, you know, but these got 4 years of age on them already, you know, so I picked those up. And then another cigar that I'm going to throw in on the giveaway tonight, and I'm really liking this one. This is the Espinosa 601 20th Anniversary Maduro. This is a beautiful cigar. It's an LE, and it's freaking tasty. I've had about 4 of them already. They're that good. And so that's going to go in the giveaway as well. I got 2 of those. And then I haven't had this yet, but I've heard really good things. So this is the Crown Heads Moonflower. So I haven't tried that yet, and I got that in a couple different Vitolas. And I've heard really good things about this cigar, so I'm definitely probably going to smoke one of these this week and see how that comes out. And then what else do we get? We got, of course, I got a couple of one of my absolute favorites. And Terry, this is one of the cigars that's coming to you. So the Don Carlos number 2. Besides the Don Carlos Shark, this is my absolute favorite Don Carlos Vitola right here. I love this cigar. And so I picked up a couple of those. And I've never had a punch before. And so they had these punch Rare Corojo 25th anniversaries. So, and it's an LE, and I figured, well, if I'm going to start out with punch and try and see what they're all about, it's going to be this one. So I picked one of those up. And of course, another one of my favorite Lanceros, the La Aurora 107. This is a delicious, this is my favorite taste of this tobacco is in the Lancero Vitola. This is really, really good. And then per Guns' recommendation, because he like stocked up on boxes for his birthday. Guns, I got some of those golden hours, the San Cristobal golden hours. I got a couple of those in the Toro and the Robusto. So I'm looking forward to trying that on your recommendation. And then one of my favorites, guys, I tell you what, this little cigar, it's so delicious and so affordable. So this is the Tatuaje number 25, the Miami Unicos. This is about $14 for this thing, and dude, it is delicious. It is so freaking good. In fact, you know what? I've got several of these. So this is going to be the third cigar that goes in on the giveaway tonight. So you're going to get
nice.
You're going to get this. You're going to get the 20th anniversary Espinosa, and you're going to get the 2023 release Melanio Serie V. So that's what we're giving away tonight. I think we got everybody in there.
Nice variety.
Let me go ahead. Thank you. Let me go ahead and pull this up here real quick. Can everybody see the wheel? Hang on a second.
It's not easy to do that.
See the wheel? Did you see it when I put it up? Okay, I'm going to put it up. We're going to spin her. I think we got everybody in there.
We can't see it spinning.
Good luck, guys.
Now we can.
Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, Iron.
Ha, Mr. Cash. All right, brother.
Money goes to money, brother.
Mr. Cash is the big winner tonight. Congratulations, my brother. I got some really good sticks for you. In fact, Ron, I may try to deliver these in person because I think I'm going to have to come down to Springfield in the next week or so for work. So that would be great. Then I'll bring some of these with me and we can smoke them together. That'd be pretty kick-ass. So congratulations, Ron, on the big.
Yeah, man. Congrats.
giveaway.
It's a nice variety pack. Fun
Thank
stuff.
you. Yeah, it's you know, I love it. You know what I mean? I give away a lot of cigars, a lot, but it's all stuff that I love. You know what I mean? It's all things that I've tried. It's all good cigars, you know, and I mean, it's, you know, a lot of times I'll give away opuses. A lot of times I'll give away, you know, whatever. You know, I don't trip on that. You know what I mean? You know, and for me, it's just the reward when I get, you know, communications and comments back from you guys that you're really enjoying the stuff that I sent you and you're trying new things and you're enjoying it. Number one, that makes me feel like my palate is developing in a way that I feel that it should be, you know, and, you know, number two, it's just like, I get a lot of love back, you know what I mean? You know, I first started sending a lot of stuff out to Marvin, you know, because he kind of really set me down this road, you know, and, you know, he's said he'd never had a Opus God's Whisper before. So I sent him two of them, you know, I sent him one to smoke and I sent him one to have for the channel and stuff, you know, and, you know, hell, I've got just from the last week or so, plus what I got tonight, I'm going to have like 7 boxes of cigars going out next week to people, you know. And I do it because I love you. I do it because I appreciate your patronage to my channel. But I also do it just because, dude, what do you think about these? They're fucking killer, you know?
Yeah. That's what it's all about. Sharing.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he has the right mentality about the giveaways. Yeah, and he gives away a lot of bourbon. He's given away some humidors, some really nice like travel humidors and stuff. And that's that to me just shows you that he appreciates all of y'all as well. And it's one of those deals where it's like I just follow suit. I enjoy it. It gives me great pleasure to have these giveaways, and it's exciting, and keeps things a lot of fun. So anyway, with that being said, I'm ready to start our next cigar. And I know that here the last few shows, Simon has been kind of, glitchy and not working very well and what have you. And I did a little brainstorming, and after the show that I had last week, I got to thinking about what was fucked up with everything, and I got everything fixed. And when I'm creating these, I was creating them in 4K, and this platform streams in 1080. So I was able to do it. And Simon, why don't you tell everybody what the next stogie that Johnny and I are getting ready to enjoy?
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'd like to introduce you to the Davidoff Chef's Edition 2025, a cigar inspired by the shared pursuit of perfection found in both premium cigar making and fine dining. To create this limited edition, Davidoff invited 5 internationally renowned Michelin-starred chefs to work alongside their master blenders. Together, they sought to craft a cigar that reflects the same balance, elegance, and layered complexity found in an exceptional meal, where no single flavor dominates, yet each contributes to the overall experience. The blend begins with an elegant Ecuadorian wrapper over a Mexican San Andres binder surrounding a carefully selected combination of Dominican fillers. Among them is a San Vicente leaf aged for an impressive 15 years, a Dominican hybrid 98 tobacco that introduces bright citrus nuances, and a Dominican piloto leaf matured for 5 years in traditional Yagua palm bales, a technique never before used in a Davidoff cigar. The smoke opens with a gentle creaminess accompanied by a touch of cayenne pepper before developing notes of cedar, floral aromas, leather, and a delicate hint of lemon. As the cigar progresses, the flavors become richer, revealing oak, coffee, and warming spices while maintaining the remarkable balance that Davidoff is so well known for. What I find particularly enjoyable about this cigar is its refinement. It isn't designed to overwhelm the palate with sheer strength. Instead, it rewards a slow and attentive smoker, offering subtle transitions and an effortless elegance from the first draw to the final inch. It is, in my opinion, one of those cigars best appreciated after a fine meal and in the company of good friends.
Sounds good.
Right
to me.
on. So you guys heard that okay? Everything was cool?
Yeah. What's his name?
Nice. Yeah, Simon Q. Yeah, he's been my AI co-host ever since I started the channel, So right on, dude. That's cool. So yeah, the 2025 Davidoff Chef's Edition. And this came out in a really cool box that had like kind of like a freaking it was like a marble cutting board. It had a cutting board on top of the box. It was cool as shit,
Fucking light. Smells good. I always stick it up my nose like a slob. I don't know if I'm going to get through this whole thing, though.
It's all good. Yeah, this thing is so pretty, guys.
The chat, yeah.
Just incredible construction.
Yes, he was very eloquent.
You know. Absolutely.
I need a cold draw.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to smoking this, and maybe change my mind just a little bit on some of the Davidoff stuff.
Let's see. Fogies making me dig into the pocketbook tonight with these cigars.
Yeah, yeah. With the with this one, we're two bennies plus, but it's all good, man. You know what I mean?
Toast them nice.
Life is short. Smoke
right.
the good stuff.
Nothing's promised. Let's see. Definitely different. Anybody in the chat ever have any of these? Try this this Davidoff Chef's Edition. Very smooth, mild compared to the last one.
Oh yeah, dude. That's an old 180 on that last one. Hey CB.
What's up, brother? Yeah, the one of the best cigars I've ever tasted. My daughter actually got me for my birthday. Was it last year or the year before? She bought me a Davidoff Royal Reserve. Another very expensive cigar. Again,
Yeah, that's a good one.
I can't sit here and honestly justify the price tag on it, but I will say that one's in the top 5. If not less, maybe top 2 or 3 of anything I've ever tasted. That Davidoff Royal Reserve.
Yeah, I got one of the Salomones. I think it was about a Benjamin for that one, and it was well worth it because it was fucking absolutely amazing, man.
It probably tasted, extra special because my daughter got it for me. So, but
absolutely messy.
I bought a couple 30% off as a VIP member of Small Batch, so it was worth it.
Yeah.
And they're resting. But I'll tell you, this one is starting off, considering the Padron that we just smoked, Legends, the Padron for Fuente Legends, and considering that I took it all the way down to the nub, probably further than I should have. I mean, look how far down I took this fucking thing. So really, get down that far.
Yeah, I nubbed the holy shit out of this.
Yeah, you're not really tasting the cigar anymore. Now you're just being a slob at that point. You got to put it out. So this is
Casey's
very
got a
pleasant.
Great. Go ahead. Casey's got a great
This is a very pleasant
question.
change. I'm sorry. Ged.
Is there a certain technique with lighting cigars? Tell me about it. So when I light a cigar, of course, I used to always use a torch, and now I'm pretty much 100%. I use a Colibri soft flame, dual flame lighter. And what I do when I light my cigars, first thing is I like to toast the foot, and I'll just kind of put some heat to it, kind of roll it around, just kind of warm it up a little bit, kind of blow on it a little bit. And what I'm doing when I do that is I'm trying to take some flame and sear the wrapper to all the binder and fillers, and give that all a good starting point. So when that heat comes in there, all that stuff kind of comes together, so that when I light it up, I'm truly getting a good taste of the wrapper tobacco right off light up. So that's how I light mine most of the time. I'll use a torch every once in a while. And especially if it's like a bigger ring gauge, I've got the fucking lightsaber lighter, and that's some bitch that'll fire up like a 60 ring gauge in about 10 seconds. But I kind of don't like to scorch my cigars. So that thing's more kind of novelty. I don't use it anymore to light up. That's pretty much my go-to lighting. How about you, Johnny?
I'm just reading the comments. These guys are pretty funny. I can't type back to them, but I can address them certainly.
You should be able to, dude. You should be able to.
You know what? It says join the chat, but I don't want to fuck with it during the live stream because I'm afraid it's taking me to another thing. I'm not going to play around with it.
Well, it's not going to. What it does is it just you're giving them permission to do it. So if you just tap through that, then you'll be able to see, and it won't kick you off.
Okay.
It won't kick you off, and then you can see the chat on the right side of your screen.
So as far as lighting a cigar, cooking it up. So to start off with, I prefer 90% of the time I'm using a V cut. That's what I like to do because I feel like I get the best draw. You do have to be careful with that though, because you can ruin the cap, right? You see how the edges are like that? Every once in a while, you can tear the cap. But I've been doing it so long that I can get away with it. You have to be cautious with the V cuts. And what I do is,
for sure,
I take my time. I talked about it in the beginning when we lit the first cigar. I light it and I hold it about this far and I roll it. I'll sit here for like a minute and I'll just look like that's like my moment of solace. I just kind of like just roll it and roll it and roll it. And I get it to the point where I can just put it in my mouth and smoke it. I don't have to light it again once I'm done cooking it. That's my method. That's what I like to do.
Right on. Fabian says, when I light my cigars, I work my way from the outside in towards the middle, blow on the foot, then to kind of sear that up. And like when you're using a torch lighter, especially, if I do use a torch lighter, I only use a single torch, and I back it way the hell off, and you can start seeing when you're lighting that up, you're actually painting with orange, you know what I mean? And you can start working that orange and you can start seeing where it's not orange and where it is orange, and you can kind of work on those. And then if you don't get, the most perfect light, then I always just take that flame straight up and come in and just touch up the edge slightly. Now, I don't touch the wrapper leaf. I put the flame about 1/4 of an inch away from the part of the wrapper that might not be burnt down far enough, and just give it some heat and it'll catch up. Don't actually put the torch on the wrapper. Give it a little bit of space in there. And then I get a good straight line from the get-go. If it doesn't light up, I mean, this one I lit up, and it's pretty straight.
Yep, starts off pretty creamy, I'd say. I don't want to use cedar because everyone says cedar and it's not quite cedary, but there is some kind of like a woodiness to it, creamy woodiness. But it's just starting, so we'll see where it goes.
Eddie, thanks for coming, brother.
Brother, thank you, man.
3 acres of grass. God bless you, brother. See you next week. And
thanks for the hang.
Have a great weekend, brother. Thank you so much for coming, man.
It is getting late. Some of the brothers are dropping out.
Yeah.
This is tasty though.
Well, we still got 11 people in here, and we could always we could always end the show and jump in the Discord, and hang out too, whatever. But you're welcome. You're very welcome, man. Like I said, we need to get together, brother, and you need to come over. Hit me up on my email or my Instagram. Look on the channel and you'll see how to get a hold of me, and just get a hold of me, dude. And we definitely need to hook up and smoke in person.
Oro Blanco, CB saying, is a good one to try.
Oh my God. And that
Oh, is that
that's like
insanely expensive cigar? It's like
yeah, it's like
$700.
$800 cigar or some $600 or $800 cigar. You know, it's freaking insane. You know.
CB, did you try that? He did. He said it was an amazing experience.
Yeah.
Wow. What occasion
Yeah. Here we go.
prompted you to spring for that, brother?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I thought I was shitting in tall cotton smoking one of those freaking legends, but I don't think I could ever make myself pull the trigger on one of the. I mean, I'd have to win the lotto, dude, or you know, get a $50,000 scratcher ticket or something. You know what I mean? Speaking of which, I freaking my son, you know, plays a lot of poker, and he's got a poker table down here in the Death Star, and his old one that he bought, which we didn't use very much. I sold that to a guy on Marketplace today, and took it up to him. And while I was up there, I was at Quick Trip, and I bought a $20 scratcher, and I won $40 on a $20 scratcher today. So I was like, right on.
Doubled your money. That's nice. Guns, Master Blends. That's a nice stick.
Drop the Discord. Okay, Young. So what you got to do, brother, is, and you can even do it now if you want to share it. I need your Discord handle. You know what I mean? Send me your Discord handle, and then I can send you a friend request, and I'll invite you into the server, dude. I'd love to have you there, brother. You know, that would do my old heart some goddamn good.
Yeah, the more the merrier, for sure. Yeah, nutty. You getting nuts on this, Sean? Tasting some nuttiness in there. I'm getting that.
Man, for me,
nutshell.
It's almost kind of almost like a black walnut.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because there's a little bitterness to it.
Yes, a little bitterness. Yeah, now regular walnut would be more sweet, but the black walnut is bitter. Definitely picking up a black walnut note on this right now. It's delicious, man. This thing is amazing.
It's definitely creamy. It started off that way.
Yeah, and the French exhale is just smooth. It is so smooth. I'm not hardly getting any burn on it, and damn, you know, and just, you know, the freaking see if I can get that to focus in. The ash on that is just beautiful, well constructed. What you would expect, you know.
Yeah. Has anyone tried the Davidoff's new Dominican Puros?
I have.
Yeah, those are very nice.
In fact, that to me, besides this, that to me has been the best Davidoff I think they've come out with since the Nicaragua. You know,
it's very nice.
It's
not
really
as good as
delicious. No, it is not this, but I do like the fact that they come in smaller vitolas. You know what I mean? That doesn't bother me. It really boosts the flavor, and I think it's the Corona, the Corona Gorda or whatever it is, that I've smoked a couple of those. I really like that, and it's not too bad. You know, it's not too bad at all. Okay, hang on just a second, buddy. And Casey, I don't know if you're on Discord, but if you are, definitely need to send me your Discord. I'm going to jump in here real quick. Johnny, go ahead and take the floor for a minute while I take care of a little business.
All right, let's see what you gentlemen are saying here. My favorite cigar, Dominican guy. Yeah, me too, man. I went to DR last year. I mentioned it whenever we did that factory tour. You know what else I like? A good L'Aurora. I like L'Aurora. They put out some really nice stuff. I'm a fan of Dominican tobacco myself. Basically, if the cigar is done right and it's blended properly, you're gonna have a good time. But that's what it's all about. It's all about somebody caring enough and taking pride enough to consistently put together the same product. When they make these cigars, right? They make a batch. Then they have to grow more and they have to match it, right? It's not never ending. So somebody's got to take the time to remember the cigar that they made, and they have to replicate it, right? Because they're going to run out of tobacco eventually. They got to start over again. And that's an art. That's an art form, right? They can't just, it's a crop, and then they dry it and they ferment it, and then ultimately it goes to the rolling table. So when they run out, they're constantly growing, but there's a certain amount of time. So that means somebody's got to physically go sort through the leaves, feel them, smell them, taste them, stretch them out, light them up, smoke them. Nope, needs another month, needs another 6 months, needs another year. And that's how the process goes. So that's why consistency, you see some cigars, they're not consistent. You'll see that with the Amazon basins, right? Some of them are great. Some of them, they need more time. And that's because they can't rush that process of matching what they did before. I was lucky enough to meet Renier Lorenzo from HVC Cigars, which is a small batch cigar company. And I'm sure some of you guys have tried HVC cigars. And he just showed up at a lounge. Nobody knew who he was. And I was basically bullshitting with the guy for like 3 hours. And his latest cigar is the Decoration, which is absolutely delicious. And he's got the La Rosa 520. And people are like hounding him to come out with more. And what he was telling me, he goes, believe me, I want to sell these cigars. He wants to make money. He's a young guy. He's 41 years old. But he's not going to put out shit, right? Because then he's not going to be able to sell cigars anymore. So he's got to wait. He's got to be patient. Even though people like, you got to get him out by Father's Day. You got to get him out by Father's Day. There's no way it's going to happen because the tobacco's not ready. If I want to match the blend that I just put out that everyone bought and that I sold out of, I'm not just going to rush it to do the money grab. I'm going to wait until I can replicate my recipe. So that's
all right, Young. I got you in, brother. Says invalid. Shouldn't. Hang on a second.
Yeah, basically he sent me the link, and I already had signed up to a Discord, so he sent me the link, and then you're in. It's on your phone, and then you'll see there'll be a virtual lounge and there'll be a general chat, and you could just go into general chat. You could post what cigar you're smoking, or you could check the lounge. It'll show you who's in there. Like it'll say CB's in there, Messi's in there, Guns is in there, Johnny Nova's in there. It'll say who's in there.
Click the green button that says go to server. Try that, Young. It's on that box of the server invite. Don't click the link at the top. Click where it says go to server. Try that. But yeah, Ferriotagos. Yeah.
The basins, yeah, for sure. They're not all created equal. Sometimes you got to wait on them. I've heard about the Elegancia.
Huh. I don't know why.
And again,
dude, the Elegancia 24 was my very first Ferriotego that I ever had, and I liked it so much that I bought a box of them. They are just amazing. And the Generoso's good. If I had to rate them, I'd go Elegancia, Generoso, and then Suma. would be my lineup for that for sure. And then
Yeah,
of course the timeless line,
Yeah, these are all bangers, and like we talked about before, these are all boutique cigars. These are guys that are in it for the love of it, for passion. They're obviously they want to make money, but they're not sacrificing their integrity to make the money, right? They're willing to wait and try to do it right consistently, and that's the trick. Someone said here they were looking for something that could compare maybe to a Davidoff. Not really off the top of my head. You know, you could do, have fun with it. And this is part of the fun I have with it. Take a cigar that you really like this one. I'm not even sure what the breakdown is of this cigar, but find out what the wrapper is. You find out what the binder is. You find out what the blend is, and do a search. Go on Google search or Search Assist or something like that, and you say, hey, there's a cigar. It's got an Ecuadorian Habano wrapper. It's got Dominican and Nicaraguan long filler, and the binder is whatever. Pick your binder. What cigars match that profile, right? And then see what comes up, and then you have a good idea of what might be similar to that cigar that you liked, and then you try. Right. So if that cigar matches the same tobacco lineup, it might have a similar flavor profile. It might even have one that you like better. Now, obviously, one's going to have more. They're not going to have the exact amounts because they're two different cigars. But that's a good way to try to find an alternative to a cigar that's maybe out of your price range or something you're not willing to spend. That's a good way to do it. Just, go online, type in what the tobaccos are, and see what else is similar. I do that, and usually it comes out pretty good. And you'd be surprised the names that pop up. Some of them aren't super expensive cigars, right? So I don't know where I heard this, but the ESG.
All right, try that, brother.
Ashton ESG. Supposedly the wrapper is similar to the wrapper on certain opuses.
Yeah, that cigar.
It's not obvious.
It's an excellent smoked one of those early in my journey, and then I didn't like it, and I was like, "Damn!" But I let one sit for about 6-7 months. And I smoked it again, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is a totally different cigar. It's freaking amazing, just crazy." Man, he's still not having a hard time getting through. I don't know.
I don't think I've tried the Aurora 1903.
I haven't had any issues with that thus far. Oh, damn it. I'll get it worked out, brother. I promise. I may just unfriend you and send you a new request and shit to try it again. But
yeah, you see Young, yeah, exactly. See Young did that with the Johnny Tobacco Nut, and he found that the Ave Maria Holy Grail is almost half the price, and it had a similar flavor profile. So
that's
yeah,
a good one.
We were talking about somebody asked,
send a Discord link. Okay, I'll try that.
Someone was asking about the well, I was talking to Sean. You guys already heard what I said about it. So, but this one so far is really nice, especially like I normally wouldn't light a second cigar this late after having that large a cigar, but this one's hitting pretty nicely because it's smooth, it's creamy, it's nutty. There's nothing overbearing about it. I'm not getting hit with any pepper. It's mild, and it still has some flavor to it. It's also, a $75 New York priced cigar. I don't know what, it's probably cheaper everywhere else, literally. Yeah, those Lauroras, the Ruby's very good. I've had all those Tubos, the Platinum. There's like 5 or 6, the Emerald, all great. Like, I enjoy them all. I picked up a bunch of those when I was in DR. I didn't get a chance. They have factory tours at Larora also. Those you could pay like 20 or $25 and you go on a 2-hour tour. Those, I would do that if you haven't already. We squared away with the Discord?
I just sent him another one, and he said it just. He said no bueno. Well, I'm gonna unfriend you real quick here in a minute, and just try to start all over again. I don't know. This is the first time that I've had somebody say that they can't get in. So, and I'm pretty sure I don't like have it up on my phone or any of that kind of shit either. So, dude, La Aurora for me has been just insane. I have really enjoyed some of those. In fact, I've got one of those La Aurora small batch 006s from last year. Little freaky little cigar. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. It's a little like little figurado with it looks like an unraveled Amazon basin band wrapped all the way around it, and then it's got a shaggy foot on it. Just crazy good. And that cigar was rolled in 2011 and factory aged for 14 years before they put it out on the market, and it is fucking insanely good. And I also bought the this year they came out with the La Aurora. It's the Prime collection, and it had 2 of the Puro vintages, which is that one's like a Salomon. Got 2 of those. Those were from 2009, and then it got 2 of the 120th 100-year anniversaries, and then got 2 and 2 of the other cigars that never got put out into production. So I've got 4 La Aurora cigars that never even made it to production that came in that box set.
You letting them rest?
But I really like them, I like them a lot. Sweet. One of the 2-foot La Auroras.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't either.
I've had the Colorado Claro, Messy. That's a good one. Tasty.
That's one I haven't had, Messy, for sure. Fabian says he had the 100-year from 2023. Right on. Yeah, those are good, dude. I think that's one of those brands that's kind of understated. You know what I mean? And shit, they've been making cigars just about longer than anybody, But they got some good tobacco.
I think it's one of the oldest cigar companies.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's definitely the oldest one in DR.
Let me see here. All right.
Okay.
I just removed you as a friend. Now I'm going to try to add you back.
Look at that burn line.
It says it's unable to load parts of your profile. I don't get that. Well, we'll get it figured out, brother. We'll get it figured out for sure. That way you can come in, hang out with us. I may have to just pick my brain and figure out why you can't get in on that damn thing. So Johnny, you were talking a little bit earlier about that Davidoff Puro Dominicano. What did you like about that cigar? That
somebody mentioned the Dominican funk It's like that, only not as aggressive. It was very smooth cigar. It was very typical of Dominican tobacco, and it was just done right. They aged it. They hit the nail right on the head with it. And I would probably say it's definitely going to be in a top 10 at the end of the year. It's going to be a lot of people's top 10 at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think so too. I really enjoyed it. I think that it had a lot of cocoa for me. It had a lot of cocoa, and it also had along with that funk, it was like I kept picking up a little bit of like a bready sweetness on that thing. Not a fruity or anything like that, but more like a hearty bread. I got just a few little bread notes on that cigar from that, you know.
Yeah, I had one the other day. Another thing to mention is for a Davidoff, it's not priced too bad. They're not super pricey.
It really isn't.
You could pick up a $5, if you get with a discount, pretty reasonably. Yeah, Terry, I think you're right. I think I read that somewhere. Yeah, but look at the burn on this thing. This thing's burning really nice.
Leaving out of Cuba. Oh, I know, man. Mine too. Just so good.
Definitely
so glad
creamy.
I got one of these.
Creamy nuts. Tad bit of coffee, but not like coffee with milk. Like a latte type coffee, not like an espresso. It's not harsh at all.
Yeah, it's more like a light roast pour over. You know what I mean? Is the coffee notes that I'm getting, and I'm getting a little bit of like a citrus note to it. There's a little bit of a, like lime flavor to it or lemon flavor to it.
Yeah, on the long finish, a little bit of that peel on the sides of the tongue.
Exactly, on the sides.
It's a little harder to pick up now because it's a second stick, and that first one was very flavorful, and it was a long cigar.
Damn.
So
20 inches long and 80 ring gauge. Jesus. That's
tailpipe.
Crazy. Wow. First one leaving out of Cuba. Okay. Hey, Patio Vitolas. What's up, man? Thanks for coming. We're still hanging out and just enjoying some really good sticks tonight. Earlier we had the Fuente y Padron, the Padron, and now we're smoking the 2025 Davidoff Chef's edition.
Yeah. Pulling them all out tonight.
Okay, cool. We got Young in. He sent me a message and said he's here. So good deal. That's awesome.
Good. More good people in the chat.
Cafe Conlet. Yeah, we still got 13 people in here, brother.
Yeah.
So everybody's hanging. We're having a good Friday night. Thanks for bearing with me with this thing. But Young is my good brother, and definitely wanted to make sure that I got him on there too, because we kind of talk on the phone every once in a while and text back and forth, and definitely wanted to make sure that he got in on the Discord.
Have you been in touch
All
with
right, Hotbox. Man, thanks for coming, brother. Had a good time. He's been hanging out with me quite a bit in the Death Star too. And we had a really good conversation and bullshitted last night for quite a while. And thanks for coming, brother. Have a good night. Awesome, my brother. That is killer. Glad you made it. We're gonna have so much fun in there, and like I was saying earlier, it's just like, you don't have to type, you can just talk or be on video or whatever you want to do. It's freaking amazing.
Or just hang out and listen.
Got a Ferio Tego Timeless Supreme. First time trying it. Yeah, dude. That Ferio Timeless, they're really good. I like the Pan American. That's a good one. And the Sterling. I will have a Sterling with a cup of coffee in the morning. That's a great one, man. Oh, I got you. So they were able to get you in, but I wasn't, huh? Well, that's cool. Glad you figured it out for me. You know, after all that work that you put in to get in there and everything, I'll probably be.
Yeah! Give that man a cigar!
That's nice.
Yeah. Something else I kind of wanted to talk about too. Something that I've been really enjoying that I haven't had a lot of, and I talked about this before. There's a cigar brand. I don't know if you've ever seen these. Johnny, have you ever heard of Curavari?
I have.
Curavari?
I have one sitting in there, but I haven't smoked it yet.
I just got turned on to those, and I guess the guy that owns that company, he's a Greek guy, and he started blending up tobaccos and stuff, and he's got some really, really good stogies. And I've got 2 of his blends, and I've tried them both, and they're really delicious, and they're a good price point. And you know, that's one of those that you could probably pick up a box of and just, you know, wail on those for a couple 3 weeks and really enjoy them.
Yeah, well, after I smoke that first one, yeah, I'm hearing good things about them, so we'll try.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you know
a really
where
good brand.
Where they're from or what the makeup is?
I am not certain. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, I heard a couple of guys mention EGM. That's another one I've got sitting in there, but I haven't tried it yet. Can only smoke so much.
Dude, I gotta get me some more of these, man. At least a couple. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so it's saying that the Curavari, it's Cuban seed tobaccos grown exclusively in Nicaragua. Most of their core lines use Nicaraguan wrapper, binder, and filo, so they're puros, typically Criollo and Corojo seed varieties. And they've got quite a few, you know, they've got some naturals, some Maduros, some Connecticut's. It's called the Buenaventura series. And they got a bunch. The Gloria de Leon is the one that I've smoked. It was really good. It was, you know, coffee bomb, had like some black cherry flavors to it. It was kind of like a medium full cigar, but really good, man.
All right, Bobby, I feel you, brother. I feel
Right
you.
on, my man. Thanks for joining, Bobby. Looking forward to the cigar bomb that you sent me out, and I'll be posting that up when I get it, and I guarantee you I'll be enjoying some of those and sharing it with everybody. So have a good night, old fucker.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
Go
I'm
get your beauty
well.
sleep. You know, for sure. See you later, bud.
So I'm due for a tap, I guess.
Man, I just can't get over how smooth and creamy this cigar is.
Yeah, the chef's blend it's hitting nice.
Yeah. And that would be one that would pair pretty well with anything. You know what I mean? I would say if I was going to smoke this, I'd want to, like an Ethiopian Yirgacheffe or some kind of a, really light roast, maybe like a Rwandan or something like that.
African coffee, yeah.
And this would go really good with, this would go good with some scotch, This would pair really well with some, some good, 15-year scotch.
Yeah, they managed to make this very smooth and creamy, and at the same time have some nice flavors in it. I hate to use the word baking spices because it's so general, but I'm definitely getting some nutmeg on here, and
oh, definitely.
There's a little sweetness
Yeah.
to it. But yeah,
there is.
Dominant would definitely be coffee and nuts. Coffee with milk.
Yeah.
And nuts.
Yeah, it does have that cream flavor, like coffee with cream, like a good like a good cappuccino or something,
Yeah.
I agree. I am thoroughly thrilled with this cigar, and by God, if I can get my hands on some more of these, I will definitely try to stock up on these. It's amazing.
I was just reading what Patio said. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, not all Davidoffs are created equal. They're not all. They don't all hit it out of the park just because it's got Davidoff on it. So yeah, you're right. This one is very good though.
It really is, man. Probably, one of the better cigars, one of the better, medium strength cigars that I've smoked in a while.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Let's look at the tobaccos on here.
All right, Messi. Thanks for coming, brother.
Take care, brother. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. In fact, let me take a picture right now. So I got you, and I will add you tonight, and you can come on in and hang out with us, brother. I got you. Thanks. It's been great hanging out with you, bro. I'm so glad you've joined the community, and it's been really, really great. You've had some amazing comments tonight, and thank you so much for coming.
Don't forget to check out the Cigar Fellowship, my brother.
100%. And go give him a like and check his channel out. And guys, please comment on stuff. You know what I mean? You don't realize how much that helps us out, but even a little comment, shows the Red Father how, how we're getting interaction with our audience. And so definitely go check everybody's out, Patios, CBs. I mean, it's, Guns' channel, Wags has got some cool stuff on his channel. I really like his channel.
Yeah, I got to check all that stuff out.
Yeah, for sure. Right on.
Okay, yeah, CB.
Yeah, 100%. And in fact, most of my what I call my big bucks humidor, pretty much everything I've got in there is at least a year old, if not older.
So
I really wanted to smoke this when I first got it, and something told me not to, and now I'm really glad that I didn't, because I'm enjoying the hell out of the cigar.
Yeah, I'm pissed off now because I got to spring to buy a few more, and they're not cheap up here. So this is I had to look this up, by the way, obviously. So it's an Ecuadorian wrapper. It's It's not specific. It just says Mexican
That's true.
binder and Dominican filler. I'm assuming it's going to be Dominican long filler. San Vicente, which is a hybrid. Well, whatever it is, it works. 15-year-old San Vicente Dominican filler. Yeah. So, I mean, Davidoff can do that. They've got those resources. And that's why it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus you got chef's palates, Michelin chef's palates involved with it. You know what I mean? And those guys aren't, Michelin chefs because they, it's like they don't just have palates. They got super palates.
Yes, they have refined palates.
Absolutely. But getting back to some other cigars that aren't quite so pricey. The La Leotard. Have you had that? That My Father La Leotard?
Sitting in the humidor, I haven't gotten to it.
Yeah, that's a good stick, and it's got a great price point on it. Pretty impressed with that. I'm not a huge My Father guy. Like, a couple years ago when the judge got the Cigar of the Year and everything, I tried it, and it was good. But definitely the blue, and definitely check out his video on the blue. It's fucking amazing, and he got some really great points on there and some tasting notes on that. That's a good video, and
thank you.
And that La Leotard, it's good, and I smoked it right out of the box. I didn't buy a box, but from the humidor. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I got another one sitting in there, but
yeah, they keep pumping out some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. I've still got a late hour Churchill that I bought 2 years ago that's sitting in mine that I have not tried yet as well.
Yeah, it's amazing what aging will do. It's a real thing. Well, like I said earlier, with that blue, let that sit. Now that they've been out for a little while, even if you're taking them off the shelf, if you go to your local tobacco shop or your lounge's humidor, they've been sitting there for a while now, so they're ready to go. Probably better when they first launched them last year.
Yeah, I think so. But there's only so many cigars that I like in certain vitolas too. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of times when I get a cigar that I like, I'll try it in 2 or 3 different vitolas. And for me, I find myself smoking more Robustos and like more Corona Gordas than just about anything else. And, I like that 46, 48 ring gauge, you know. That's why I like the Dunbarton stuff so good, because most of his stuff is like 6x48, 6x46, and really get a lot of good flavors coming out of it.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of Lanceros, the Huesca de Saca, he's got a 10-box set of Lanceros, and all of those, and that's also relatively inexpensive. Even up here, I think. Not that it's cheap, but a box of 10 goes for like 130, 140 bucks. But every cigar is a banger.
Yeah, I got that. It's the GFSY collection, and there was 10 cigars in there, all different blends, and then the foot bands had numbers on them, 1 through 10. And I don't know if he's gonna like eventually disclose, because he numbered them for a reason. You know what I mean? And every one that I've smoked out of that set, I've been putting like notes in it and all that kind of stuff, so that if he actually does ever reveal what those blends are on those. But all the ones that I think I've smoked 4 out of the 10 so far, and I've liked every one of them.
Yeah, I've tried them all. He's even got a Candela in there, and it's funny because he always talks about he can't stand Lanceros, so he almost puts not almost. There's like a nasty note in there that he puts. Basically, it says, for all you fucking people that were pestering me about Lanceros, here you go.
Yeah.
But they're excellent. They're excellent cigars.
Hence the name,
Yeah.
But I like them. I'm glad I got, and I did. I think I picked mine up for about $126, something like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't crazy.
I'm out of those.
When I first got into cigars, I never thought I would ever be able to age, but they stack up fast. Smoke 5 and buy 20. Exactly, dude. When I first started and I heard these guys talking about keeping shit in their humidors for 2, 3, 5, and I'm like, I kept having the fucking flashback to the Princess Bride, where the dude was like, that's inconceivable. I was like, how can you leave something sit in your humidor that long? But you sure can, especially when you keep on buying like that, dude. So definitely 100% with you on that.
Yeah, Terry was just talking about, when you're paying that kind of money, that cigar better be ready to go. Yeah.
That's cool. The Robusto. Yeah.
Let's see. Check my tabs.
Yeah, it's affordable, and I think it's box worthy. You know what I mean? I think that would definitely be one, that I would buy, and I definitely wouldn't have a problem giving some of those away and sending some of those out for people to try them. You know what I mean? CBC says Vitolas make such a huge difference in taste. People they just try one and then they don't like it for some reason and they don't give any of the other Vitolas a try. Like I was talking earlier about that Grand Habano Black Dahlia. I've tried all the Vitolas, and that Corona Gorda sings, and the rest of them are just okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a cigar on Cigars Unbanded. I didn't know what it was. And the general consensus was it was a shitty stick. And when they revealed it, I was pretty surprised because it was a stick that I had been buying for a while, pricey, like $40 a stick. They come in coffin boxes. It was a Cypher 3311. Is it? But I was buying it in a needle, which is long and thin. Two different cigars. That cigar I love, the Vitola that we smoked, which was like a Robusto, was horrible. I didn't even recognize the cigar. And this is a cigar that I've gone to many times. Not recognizable because it was totally different Vitola.
Yeah.
Castagli Cypher 3311. Comes in a coffin box. One of my favorites. And like I said, they weren't pricey, but I would always buy two every once in a while. And same blend, different Vitola, two different animals.
Well, so with that being said, what's your favorite Vitola across the board? I mean,
Toros.
With Toros, okay.
Yeah, 6 by 50. Generally speaking, yeah.
Right on.
That's usually my go-to.
Yeah, I don't really like anything more than that, and I definitely don't like anything bigger around than that. I saw today when I was over at the Cigar Merchant here in Blue Springs, they had this freaking Perdomo that was like a 7 by 80 or some shit, big old dark looking cigar. I was like, yeah, that is definitely not for me. And the red meat lovers love those. In fact, check out my video on Tuesday and look at what I got on those. I'm really looking forward to trying that. Yeah, a lot of times it can. You know what I mean? Um, you know, it doesn't always have to be a high. You know, price does not equate to quality or enjoyment. You know what I mean? And everybody's palate is a little different. You know what I mean? Everybody enjoys and tastes things in just a little bit of a different way. You know, something that I love, you may not dig on it or whatever, but that's okay. You know what I mean? Because nobody can tell you or nobody can tell me what you like. You know what I mean? All we can do is offer up suggestions, you know, give our take on things, which is that's exactly why we're doing what we're doing, you know, so we can give our take on it, what our experience is with it, and that kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, that's my hope. My hope is that somebody, will watch a review and it'll do one of two things. It'll either trigger them to go try that cigar, or maybe I said something and they'll say to themselves, yeah, he mentioned that, and that's what I kind of figured, and that's why I'm not going to try it. So it could go either way. I'm the guinea pig. I'm going to be the guinea pig.
We're getting a little bit of an echo on you, Johnny. I think it's because you've moved closer to your camera.
Maybe, and I did close. I closed a few tabs that were open before.
Okay.
Because I was trying to be able to type, but it kept denying me.
Oh, I got you.
Am I still giving an echo?
I just hear a little bit of garbliness, but it's not. I'm not picking up an echo at all. So, yeah, Toro. Yeah, CB Corona Gordas. That's about my favorite. You know, in fact, that I think it's Corona Vitola that Puro Dominicano Davidoff was my favorite. Toro, Terry likes a Toro. Yeah, Menso Maduro. Okay. Yeah. 54 is plenty big, you know. And I think a lot of Toros are about that, 52, 54. Anything more than that, what I find on bigger ring gauge cigars is the smoke gets too hot for me. You know what I mean? Because I'm used to smoking smaller ring gauge cigars. And when I smoke those bigger ring gauge cigars, it's like that smoke that's coming in gets hot because the cherry's so fucking big. Right. And I'm getting more hot smoke, and I think it distorts the flavor, you know?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, some people love them, but they're not for me either. I don't like those very thick ring gauge cigar. But different strokes.
Right on. Patio says he had that relief, that limited, that Lampert made exclusively for them in a Salamone. I bet it is. I thought about buying some of those, but I was in opus mode at the time, so I didn't pick any of those up. But I do love a Salamone. In fact, speaking of the Lampert, I still have one of the Lampert Limitada 2022 Salamones, and that cigar is epic. That is a really, really good cigar.
I have one of those in the humidor. I haven't lit that up yet. I had a couple of Lamperts, and I like them. It's not my favorite, but I enjoy them. I ordered. It's supposed to come any day now, so I split with a guy in my lounge. We ordered a box of those Golden Bullets, the new opus that's coming out. It's called Golden Bullet. I ordered this thing in April of 2025. It was supposed to be shipped by October. Around December, I emailed them, Cigar God, and they said, yeah, there's a delay. It'll be here by January. January came and went. Emailed them again. They said it's coming in the spring. Spring came and went. And I emailed them about a month ago, and they said, yeah, they're coming out finally now. You could be getting them anywhere.
Wow.
It was expensive.
Yeah,
It was $1,500 for the box.
Jesus.
I split it with a guy from my lounge. I thought it was a box of 20. It's fucking 12 cigars.
Wow.
I don't know
I
how
would
missed
definitely
that.
like to have one of those in my collection, you know.
I wouldn't have ordered it if I knew it was only 12 cigars. So now I got to call the guy when it comes. It should be here any time now. At this point, the $1,500 is over a year gone. So now I'm like, if he doesn't want to, he may be like, yeah, I don't feel like giving you $750. I'll be like, all right, then I'll keep him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. That Perdomo Immenso. It was like a 7x70. You know, thing looked like a freaking Kielbasa.
Guns, you have a box of those coming also? I don't know how they were off by a year on delivery, though. I guess as Fuentes says, you can't rush the hands of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, CB, I did too. I just recently, and I found them at a little joint called the Cigar Chateau down in Wichita, Kansas. And he had a full box and a half box. And then he had one of the 3-pack coffin boxes. And I kind of was like, well, do I want to buy this half? Do I want to buy that half? But then I was like, fuck it, I got to have the box. So I picked up a box of those. And dude, I've already smoked almost all of them. You know, in fact, you know, when I smoked those with Tan, you know, smoked one of those societies, and it was so freaking good, just amazing. I have not seen that. Is that the Baba Yaga? Is that what you're talking about? The Baba Yaga? Double Robusto. Right on. Okay. Gunn says he's got a box coming. He joined the black card. Lampert's black card. That's cool. Not Labrador. Shit, Terry. I think I've had 3 of them. I didn't like them none too much. Oh, the Society Gold Bullets. Okay.
Yes, CB.
That's killer, dude. Good for you. Yeah.
We'll get to compare notes.
I am pretty much out of funds for cigars. In fact, I told myself a couple weeks ago I wasn't buying any more cigars. And fuck, I probably bought 20. And the video that I'm putting out on Tuesday has got a new box of cigars that I just bought. But I had to have those, and you'll see what they are. I'm not going to disclose at this point because it's a new segment for the show, for the channel, and it's cool, man. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. It's fucking sick. Got it about a year ago. Right on. Patio says, not sure if anyone else is like me, but I find that it's harder to find some great tasting notes in anything above a 58 ring gauge. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Yeah, Guns, the old Cheech and Chong. That was from the album called The Big Bamboo. And it had the fucking quarter pounder fucking rolling paper in it, dude. I actually had that album in my collection before I sold it. You know,
I still have it.
Album. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it worth anything?
It's not as pricey as you think it would be. I mean, it's definitely more valuable with the paper still in it. Most of them are gone. I think that record's probably worth about $40 to $50 in, like, you know, very good plus the near mint condition.
Okay. The paper's still in it, but I think it might be torn a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of people actually rolled big old fucking Bob Marley joints with them some bitches, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't believe it was real rolling paper. It was right. It was just, you know, a prop.
Yeah, it was. You know. In fact, it didn't look like anything that I'd want to be smoking out of for sure. You know. Well, there you go. So you were, you know, you were an investor, you know. So way to go. Gunn said he rolled it.
You're in good company. I'm sure a lot of people rolled it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was almost kind of like a, you know, one of those deals where it was like, you just have to, you know, just to say you did it, you know. Buy a few cigars every paycheck. Yeah, you know, some of the stuff I got to get online because locals just don't have a lot of the stuff that I want, you know. But I still get surprised, especially by Cassie. She's always pumping out stuff that I just can't believe that she even has, you know. In fact, I got my first Carrillo purples from her, and you know, hell, she gave me because I'm always giving her cigars to try all the time. You know, I turned her on to Lampard, and you know, turned her on to Ferio Tego and some other stuff, and I've given her some Opus and a couple other things. And dude, she gifted me an original 2020 Dubai, and then she also gifted me an original 2014 Amazon Basin that I still have in my humidor.
That's going to be tasty.
Mm-hmm. And I think I'm going to save that for my 500 show. When I hit 500 subscribers,
right,
I'm going to smoke that 2014 first, and then I'm going to smoke one of my 2025s as a comparison. You know what I mean? But that's definitely something that's going to be, you know, a celebratory cigar for me. And I think that's probably going to be my lineup for whenever I hit 500 subscribers, which look, the way things are going won't be too long. So thank you guys for supporting the channel.
Yeah, that will be a celebration.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Then I'll be halfway to the big bucks. So, I think you can actually get partially monetized. I don't think you get any ad revenue or anything, but I think you can, you know, I don't give a shit. I'm not in this shit for the money. You know, this hobby and this channel costs me way more money than I'd ever make back from YouTube, you know, at least at this point in my journey.
Yeah.
And you know, the amounts of money that I spend on cigars and the amounts of money that I spend on giving away cigars and the postage and the packaging and all that stuff, and then all of the software and the stuff that I buy and purchase and things that I do and use to create what I create, it's been quite an investment, you know.
Yeah, it's for the fun and the camaraderie. That's why we do it.
Yeah. He says, not the Baba Yaga. Okay, I'll have to look for that. I have not seen it, Patio, but I love Lamperts, man. Now I will say, I did get the Baba Yaga, and I tried it, and that is the first cigar that I would ever say that it was brash. It was very brash, and I'm not going to touch that fucking cigar again for at least a year. You know what I mean? It just, I mean, it didn't taste bad, but it was just fucking powerful. You know what I mean? And it just had an overwhelming flavor to it that I think it needs some time to mellow, man. I'm not even gonna smoke any more of those for a while.
Yeah, one of the bullet points that I use when I do my reviews is nicotine. I try to gauge the nicotine. I let people know whether it's barely noticeable, low, medium, heavy, because it's important to know, right? If you want to go out on the deck or in your garage or wherever and have like a smoke or something, you don't want to be smoking something that's very nicotine heavy. Then you're going to go inside, wash up, and try to go to bed.
Oh man, yeah.
So I think it's something that's noteworthy. So I always include that. That's one of the things that I, when I go through my first, second, and last thirds, I mention that along with, the long finishes and short finishes, nicotine.
Yeah. Well, and people talk about like getting green around the gills if they don't eat something before they smoke or anything like that. Of course, I think that because I'm still a cigarette smoker, that I'm ingesting a lot of nicotine anyway, and I don't really get like heavy nicotine buzzes from cigars. I just don't, But I think that's why, I think if I, win here soon, God willing, I can kick that fucking nasty habit and just smoke my cigars.
Yeah,
in
man.
fact, I picked up some of these little Macanudo Inspirados, the little cigarillos, and I think I'm gonna try, starting to smoke, one of these or whatever, and just keep these like with me while I'm at work and shit. Because one of the things, everybody that I work with is fucking chain smokers. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to quit when you work with people because it's a break. People take smoke breaks so they can get the fuck out and they can go have a cigarette and whatever.
Right.
And, so I got some of those, and then, of course, I got some gum and some Altoids and some stuff. And like I said, I made 2 packs last for a week. So that
you're right there.
Yeah. It's just a matter of just, finishing it off and saying goodbye,
Yeah.
Got to flip the switch.
Yeah. It's not that cigars are good for you, but there's a big difference. It's a balance, right? You have to maintain a balance. You have to take care of yourself. You got to eat clean.
Yeah.
Conscious of your fitness, and pick your poisons wisely. Which is why I don't want to smoke a bad cigar. I'll put it right out. Because if you're going to do something bad for you, you might as well do it right. If you're going to have, we talked about this the other day. If you're going to drink vodka, you're not going to drink a plastic bottle of Gordon's vodka. You're going to go get yourself a nice bottle of Stoli or something. And that's why in this cigar space and this culture, it's important to share, so we're not wasting our time and smoking garbage, comparing, contrasting ideas and bouncing off each other, creating a fellowship.
100%. Yeah.
Cigarette smoking is very taboo here. I don't know. I know very few cigarette smokers right now. It's not a thing.
Yeah, I hate the way I smell, and my wife and my son they have allergies so freaking bad all the time, and it's just I hate to do that to them, and I hate the way that I smell and the way my clothes smell and shit. So that's definitely some some fuel, some incentive to get off of them,
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're right there. Like you're about ready to quit for good.
Yeah. Well, hell, if I can quit drinking, I can definitely quit smoking. You know what I mean? 100%. Yeah, I'm like you, Young. My locals have got great selections, man. I've found a lot of stuff that I've been looking for right here in Kansas City, and we got a great cigar community here in Kansas City. It's huge. It is freaking huge. Right on. Thanks for the tip on that, CB. Yeah, I didn't like the Baba Yaga either, dude. It just, I was really excited about it, but like I said, I'm not even going to touch those for quite some time and revisit them later. But I'm not buying any more. I think I got a 5-pack, and one was enough for me for now.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you, brother.
Some cigars aren't for like a lot of people. Like I know Marvin likes the turduckens.
Uh-huh.
I bought a 5er of those, and I smoked one and I didn't care for it, and I let them rest. And I revisited them, several months later, and I didn't care for it at all. And then I revisited it again, I guess at the end of a year, and just not for me. And I gave them, to somebody in my lounge that enjoys them. Just not for my palate.
Ron says, Fogey, you're killing me. 2 habits in 1 year. No wonder I wanted to scratch up. Yeah. No shit, man.
Night, Terry. Sleep well, brother.
You heading out, Terry? Good night, my man. Thanks for coming. Your goodies are on the way, brother. You're gonna, and that Opus, dude, it's ready to smoke. You know what I mean? And sit down and enjoy it. And I've made one of those last for 3 damn hours. You know what I mean? It's an incredible smoke, and a lot of the other Fuente stuff that you got coming, you're gonna love it, dude. So thanks for coming, my brother. Have a good night.
Sleep well, bro.
Man, this is still going really good, dude.
Yeah, I just put mine down.
Yeah, I need to grab a drink real quick, and I'll be right back, and we can finish that up.
Yeah, this has been a long night. Yeah, so this Chef's Blend, I put it down now because I'm about done for the night. I'll finish it tomorrow. Very nice smoke, though. It was a good follow-up. It's hard to follow that Padron Legends, but this one seemed to hold its own pretty well. Are you guys still smoking? What are you guys herfing on right now at this late hour? Let's go through the chat here. Yeah, plastic bottles of vodka do hurt. Yeah, those days are long gone. That's right, on the West Coast. It's still early. Metropolitan Host. MB3. Yeah, those Master Blends are good. Yeah, I try to bounce around. There you go.
Man, had to get me some more water for sure. I didn't want anything with sugar or caffeine in it, man. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning there, isn't it, brother?
Yeah, man.
Thanks for hanging with me, man.
Thanks for having me on. I really, really appreciate it. I had a good time. I recognize a lot of the guys in the chat. I'm going to follow some of them back. I know some of them have their own stuff going on, so I'm going to revisit this and make sure I follow back everybody. But it's been an honor. I really appreciate you letting me come on,
Absolutely,
and talk to
dude.
you guys and get
You
a
know,
taste of what you're doing.
you know, and thanks to Marvin, you know, for his community and everything that he's built for putting us in contact with each other. You know what I mean? That's where we met.
100%,
And,
man. He was like my inspiration for starting this whole thing, and I miss him. I know he's a busy guy. I can't wait to see his the next
he
live.
is, and I'm ready to go rise and grind, you know, for sure.
Yeah,
And but I get it, you know, and
100%. He's in the thick of it. He's still a young man.
you know,
He
I've
thinks he's
been
old because he just had a birthday, but he's still a young guy.
I know it, he is, and he's very healthy, and he works out, and he eats good, and you know what I mean. He's got a lot of years ahead of him, you
Yes.
know, and it's a lot, you know what I mean, especially with the amount of content that he's putting out, you know, plus doing a couple of live streams. I mean, you know, he used to do Fridays and Tuesdays, and now he does Sundays and Tuesdays sometimes, but sometimes you just need a break, you know. I mean, I thought when I started doing my live streams that, you know, it was like, man, am I going to be able to do this or whatever? And shit, this is like my 15th episode now. You know, it's actually 14th, but I had the one on 4th of July. So this is my 15th live stream in just a few months, you know.
Right.
And but I love this. You know, I love doing this. You know, I do love making the videos. I mean, it's kick ass, and I really enjoy that. And I love putting out crazy, zany shit. But this environment to me is aces. You know, having, you know, all you guys come in and hang out with us, and we get to talk and get to interact with one another. You know what I mean? And bullshit and enjoy some good cigars, and you know, coerce each other into finding great sticks and everything that goes along with it, you know.
Yeah, I learned some good stuff in the chat myself. Some good recommendations and some good, you know, ideas.
Yeah, me too. You know,
And that's what it's all about.
And-
That's what we started off with.
and it's
sharing.
good to have people, you know, from all different walks. You know, like you can tell CB, and you know, CB, I just kind of, you know, just found you, and you know, I can definitely tell just from chatting with you in here tonight that we've got you know, a lot of different or a lot of the same likes, and you know, our palates are very similar, you know, just from what you've told me that you like and don't like.
Yeah, so I'll be putting out, I'm going to try to do weekly videos. I've been doing one a week since Father's Day. I'm going to try to keep doing that. I don't edit much. You know, I do intros and outros. I put in some texts. You know, I'll drop in a little bit of education, you know, slides. But basically, when I film a video, it's raw. You know, if I, you know, hem and haw, I clear my throat or whatever. Or the last video was yelling at my neighbor because it was a Sunday afternoon and he's freaking blasting his freaking mower on a Sunday. I leave that. I don't, you know, I try to come raw and with just, you know, just honesty and as much integrity as possible. So the only editing I really do is that the intro, the outro, the texting, and I'm going to start doing, I'm in touch with several lounges in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and they want me to come and film videos from their shops. So I think I'm going to start doing that too, like a roving video review. So maybe every other video I'll be at a different lounge, so we could see different atmospheres and go over the cigar and have some talking points. Try to drop a little education on some people, and have fun and make connections.
Right on, dude. I appreciate that. You know, Tan's a great guy. You know, when I got introduced to Tan and you know, seen his love of the Opus and everything, I had to hook up with him and had to have him on the show. And you know, Johnny and I have been talking about getting together on here for a minute, and I'm glad we were able to finally get her done. You know.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. It was nice meeting
so
everybody,
thanks for
and
watching.
actually, yeah, I appreciate it. That, you know, and being able to answer their questions, you know, in person.
Yeah, I don't stay up all night anymore, but a lot of times I do because I pair coffee with my cigars a lot, you know, and I drink a lot of like double espressos and lungos and americanos and it's shit, man. You know, I get to zinging, you know. So, well, thank you. I really appreciate that, man. I'm definitely gonna, you know, check out your stuff and see what you got going on your channel, man.
Yeah, listen, guys, I'm gonna, like I do at the end of all my videos, please take care of yourselves, stay healthy, keep yourself mentally and physically, you know, as fit as you can. Always try to do the right thing, you know, even if other people aren't, you know, try to treat people like you would if they were like your family, your friend, your neighbors. You don't know what people are going through, what kind of shit they got on their plate.
Yeah.
And as always, man, keep your peace, right? Your peace and your tranquility is what's most important. You got to keep your peace.
Yeah, got to focus on your mental health, man.
Sure.
It's so important, you know, and it your whole quality of life is contingent upon it. You know what I mean? It really is, you know. Yeah, it's gonna be cool in the Discord, brother. So CB, you just gotta give me your Discord handle, brother, and I'll be glad to have you come in and join us on that, man. Because it's a private community, you know what I mean? It's for my followers, it's for my fellow YouTubers, it's for people that I know here that live in this city or people that I've met in person, you know what I mean? So I don't just let anybody in there. It's got to be somebody that I've interacted with or somebody that I know is going to be a great addition to the lounge, you know, for sure. So just send me that send me your Discord handle, and I'll send you a friend invite, and then I'll send you a link to the server, and you'll be in. And like I said, the great thing about it is that I ain't got to fucking be there. You know what I mean? I've done this for all of us. You know what I mean? This fucking virtual lounge, this Discord server, the Death Star Cigar Bar, it's for everybody. You know what I mean? It gives everybody a place to go and smoke cigars with one another. You know, we get enough people rolling in there. You know, you like Johnny said, you can go in there just about any time of the evening, and somebody's going to want to smoke with you and have the same experience. And like I said, the great thing about it is you don't have to type. You know what I mean? You can talk, or you can turn your camera on and you can actually show people stuff, and you can share things with them. You can share bottles, you can share accessories, you can share boxes, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So I think it's going to be something pretty kick-ass. I've already been in there several times, and I have a blast. You know, hell, Hotbox and I was on there last night just bullshitting, and he was showing me some of his cool shit that he's got, and it was fucking cool as shit, man.
Yeah, you and I were in there till 2 o'clock in the morning a couple nights ago.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Patio. Yeah, dude. For me, the cigar scanner has been my savior. You know what I mean? Because number one, I'm not buying sticks that I already have. When I first started smoking cigars, that was a huge problem for me. I didn't know if I knew cigars that I wanted, but I couldn't remember if I bought them or not. But I could always pull my cigar scanner up and go, oh, I've already got that, or I've got 2 of those, or whatever, because I was rebuying the same cigar. And that's kind of what got me started on it. But then it was just like, man, I can catalog all my shit and do everything. And just, everything that I've got going with this channel, it helps me with shit. It helps me to be able to share things and And also too, I do give out a lot of cigars, and I notate who I've given stuff to. So it's like, if I'm going to send you a cigar bomb multiple times, um, I can look in there and I can be like, oh, well, fuck, I already sent him one of those. Let's send him something else, So it really helps me keep track of all that. And, that way I make sure that when I'm sending you something out, it isn't something that I've already sent you, unless you're like, hey, can I get another one of those?
Yeah, that's pretty. I could never be that organized.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the collecting records got me in that mode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that is so in depth. There's so many different pressings and so many different pressing plants that press the same records, and certain pressing plants and certain pressings sound way better than other ones and use better quality vinyl than some of the other ones. So just all those nuances and all that shit that was surrounding that community and that hobby led over to my ability to organize my cigars to the extent that I have,
Yeah, it's pretty detailed. Your filing system.
Yeah, and I even got to the point, because I used to just have everything all in one humidor, you know what I mean? Or just a whole collection. And as it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I started getting more humidors and more shit and more Pelican cases and my big fucking electric humidor and all that shit, I couldn't find shit, you know what I mean? And I didn't, I hate handling my cigars a whole bunch because I don't want to fuck them up, especially the ones that are in the cello or not in the cello. They're just naked, and you can fuck a foot up on a cigar pretty good when you're digging through shit and rummaging it around in a case, So it's it's one of those deals where it's just like I've even got it now to each case, and then even in my my new humidor, which I can't wait to share with you guys. That's coming up real soon, and it's a killer fucking setup that I got going on, and I haven't seen anybody else doing it. And this for me is going to be a game changer. But even like my electric humidor, I've even got that separated by drawers now. You know what I mean? So I know what cigars are on what drawer, and I can just pull that drawer out and go get that cigar, or I can put that brand or that cigar where it goes, and it helps me keep it more organized so that I'm not having to rummage through shit all the time.
Yeah. It's a thing. I can't tell you how many cigar I've crushed with the edge of the humidor closing it. Drives me freaking nuts because it gets so crowded in there. We all have several humidors and jars and stuff.
All right, CB, I'm going to put you in here real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Awesomite number 7733. Okay. Okay, let me double check this real quick.
Go.
Awesomite number 7733. Okay, I think I got you, brother. I'm gonna send you a
guns
request right now.
Got a couple of those too.
There we go. Okay, I sent it to you, brother. So just accept my friend request, and then I'll invite you into the server. Exactly, dude. That's the other thing. You know what I mean? I've said this before. When I go, most of my lounges, my local doesn't have a lounge. And when I go to a lounge, especially when I was drinking, and boy, did I fucking drink, and I'm a CDL carrier too, man. So I can't fucking, it's like 0.2, so I can have mouthwash and get a fucking DUI, you know what I'm saying? And I have to drive like 30 to 40 minutes to these fucking lounges to go hang out with people. And if I have a couple beers or a dram, and then I got to fucking drive home through 7 different fucking jurisdictions on the way home.
Yeah.
Between county and hypo and city police, through all the different cities that I have to drive through. Fuck, dude, you're upping your chances to get a fucking DUI, So yeah, you can come in here, you can go in the Death Star and fucking and have drinks and get a good buzz on, all that kind of shit, and you don't have to worry about that,
You can relax like a gentleman, like you're supposed to be able to, right?
Mm-hmm.
100%.
Right on.
All right, Fogey, I'm going to call it a night and
brother,
get to work tomorrow on the next review. And
yeah,
I really appreciate you, brother. Thanks for having me on and letting me interact.
Johnny, it's been
with
such a
these guys.
pleasure. I've had such a good night with you, and thanks for coming. And I look forward to all of our interactions and our friendship, Johnny.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
That's the most important thing.
That's the most important to me. Is I've found another friend, and that makes me very happy. So thanks for coming, brother.
Me too, folks. Thanks. And all you guys, listen, I recognize most of your names from Rise and Grind, from Fogey. You could tell just by, what you guys are writing, we're all on the same page. I appreciate you very much. And like I said before, have a good night. And guys, keep your peace, okay? Love you guys.
Peace out, brother.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
Right on. I'm still going on this Davidoff, Yeah, guns, and it's like, that was a good thing, when you don't, when you find those lost sheep, in your humidors that you didn't realize that you had, or something's been sitting in there for a fucking minute, and it's like fucking Christmas or your birthday, that's a good thing. In fact, I've got one of my humidor boxes that is just, it's my grab box. And you know how hard it is, especially when you start getting a bigger selection. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what the fuck you want to smoke. And so I got this grab box, and I can open that fucker up and just reach my hand in there, and just kind of like I'm fucking pulling fucking lottery tickets out and shit, and be like, okay, that's what I'm smoking tonight, Yeah, patio. So I do love a V cut, for the most part. I'm pretty much V cut and straight cut. In fact, I found this amazing fucking cutter, and this is a Calibri, and it's a double cutter. So it's a V cut on one side, and it's a guillotine on the other. And that's pretty much my go-tos, you know what I mean? But especially, I won't smoke a box press without a V cut, period. And I don't smoke a lot of like my, my Sober Mesas and a lot of my Dunbarton cigars. That's all V cut. And I really hated V cuts when I first started smoking. I was like, ooh, this is weird, because I'd always smoked with just, a straight cut. So I really like that. And then like on a pyramid, like this or something like this, I do an angle cut. So I'll come in and I'll cut it at an angle just like that, so that I still have that shape of the cigar, but it opens it up really good at the top. And that's one that I usually use on like my Salamones or my torpedoes and shit, What's everybody else like on theirs? Tall pickle jars, right on. Yeah, I'm most of my stuff, it's all it is all Pelican cases, because I was a fucking photographer for so long, And you know, I just I got to the point where it was like, there we go. There you are. All right, CB, I just sent you the link to the server, brother. So welcome aboard the Death Star. Appreciate you. I think most of you guys, are in the Discord server, aren't you? I mean, is there anybody in here now? We got 9 people in here still. I know Ron, you're probably Ron. You haven't gotten in there, have you, brother? Let me get caught up on this a little bit. Okay, Young likes the deep V. Awesome, dude. Right on. We're gonna have so much fun together, dude. I can't tell you. This is epic. I'm so fucking happy about this shit, man. So let's see. Is that the Aliba Master Blend? Is that what you're talking about? Hell yeah. Straight cut most of the time. Right on. Yeah, me too for the most part. Especially on a Toro. A Toro is 99% almost always a straight cut, you know. Well, guys, why don't we do this? I mean, the show's been running for like 4 hours and 45 fucking minutes. And not that I don't want the watch time, trust me. But you guys wanna go ahead and jump on over into the server and we can hang out in there and actually talk, you know? Everybody down for that? Because we can just do it, you know? Because I think I pretty much got everybody in here on that. So except for Ron. But you know, Ron's probably well into his night driving. He's probably out of range because he drives around in the middle of bumfuck Kansas a lot and doesn't have really good reception, you know. And Patio, I got you in there, didn't I? Aren't you in there? Pretty sure we put you in there tonight. Patio, let me know if I got you put in that server. Well, if you're not, brother, you can always go to my channel and go to my Instagram and send me a message, or you can look me up on there and send me a message and I can get you invited in there. But I think I'm going to go ahead and end the show because I'm just about nubbed out on this. Davidoff 2025 Chef's Edition. Holy fucking shit. Amazing smoke. Amazing cigar. And yeah, I think I definitely got another one in me tonight, guys. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end the show, and we're going to go ahead and jump on over into the server, and you know, let's go hang out in there and chill for the rest of the night. Okay. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. I appreciate y'all coming. Appreciate everybody that continually watches my channel and my live streams, and it's really grown into something that I absolutely fucking love. And you know, so glad to have you all as part of my community and meeting everybody. And okay, yeah, Ron, get get your shit up and running, brother, and then we can we can hang out and smoke in there and stuff too. But yeah, just download the app and get on it, or get back on your account and send me whatever your handle is, Ron, and we'll get you in there on that shit as well. But anyway, I'm gonna say sayonara for now, and thank you guys for coming, and everybody that watches this video after the fact. I hope you've really appreciated it, and maybe you've learned something, and found out that the Fuente y Padron Legends is good. It's okay. Well, hang on just a second, Patio. Let me put you in there real quick before I get off of here. Patio Vitolas. Okay, hang on just 1 second, brother. Let me get you in here. Okay, I just sent you a friend request, bro. So you should get that, and then I can invite you in to the server, and you can come hang out with us, and we'll get a whole nother round of stogies going, and fucking chill out on this shit, man. I'm looking forward to it. But thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for supporting the channel, and we will see you next time. Peace.
Thanks for watching the old Fogey Stogies.